face everyone this morning and say, do you know you are extra special? To your left, to your right. Do you know you are extra special? See, when someone tells you that you're extra special, it hits a great spot inside of you. But let me tell you why I think you're extra special. Because it is 10 a.m. on Monday morning, and you are all here right on time as we kick off the event. I think that deserves a very loud round of applause. Awesome. Today's event, right, is so important. And the idea that Sterling Bank has put this colloquium together is just critical to where Nigeria finds itself today. So for those who don't know why we are here, right, we are at Sterling's Renewable Energy Colloquium 2025, themed Beyond the Grid, Unlocking New Frontiers in Renewable Energy. I think that topic and that theme says it all about what you have to look forward to for the next few hours. But before we jump into today's first activities, I'm in the season already. I was about to say today's festivities. So before we jump into that, we'll all agree that health and safety is very important. So please join me in welcoming Mr. Augustine Odumosu from Eco Hotel as he gives a safety briefing. A round of applause for him as he comes up, please.
Thank you, Mom. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Thank you. I welcome you to Eco Hotel and Suite. I'm Augustine Odumosu by name from the Department of Health, Safety and Environment. So I'm here to conduct what we normally call a HSE briefing in case of any emergency that we know our way about and also within the premises. For discretional purposes, we are at Abora Maxonia Suite. There won't be fire drill this morning, but should in case of any fire alarm, we are expected to leave this gathering. In this building, we have 3 of the emergencies exits, which I will state them out. One of the emergency exits is by my right-hand side here, that leads to the front of the signature. Then while other emergencies is, we have one behind us that leads to the reception, to the concierge, then from there to reception. While we have one here that leads also to the front of the signature. As well, where we came in through can also serve as an emergency exit sometimes. Under any emergency, please do not panic. We got you covered. Emergencies such as fire outbreak, please, you are not expected to use the elevator, but make use of the emergency exit as I stated. And while we have our marshals on ground to welcome us and also to take us to the safest and the nearest muster point. While we have our firemen and also other officers to assist during this evacuation. Under emergencies such as medical, which we are not praying for, be rest assured that Eco Hotel got us covered. That is to tell us that we have our own in-house clinic with trained and certified nurses and doctors to attend to such need. And also, Eco Hotel's partners with hospital, that is 5 minutes away from here, from the roundabout, that's Ultra Care by name, which the IP will be taken to the hospital before taking him or her to his preferred hospital. Under any emergencies, please make use of the in-house phone. We have one by the entrance. By dialing the number is 0, which is our emergency contact number. On security reasons, do not panic, you are in a safe environment. This is to also assure us that we have our in-house, both our internal and external forces on ground working 24/7. So in terms of security, you are in a safer environment. Under security, please, it is very advisable that we keep our eye on our belongings, such as our phone, laptops, and the likes. Also, under security, I believe we know the participants of this meeting. Should in case of any stranger in our midst, please do not hesitate to escalate such. The stranger will be evacuated without distracting or disrupting the progress of the meeting. Also, lastly, we have the convenience. Convenience is once we step out of these meeting rooms, we take it to the extreme end, then your first right on your way to the front of the signature, that's where we have our restroom for both the ladies and the gents. Thank you once again for giving me your attention. Ecotech is about you. Your safety, your security is our own priority. Thank you once again. Enjoy your meeting. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Mr. Augustine Odumosu, for sharing that important information. As I said, my name is Uti Elu, and I'm really looking forward to driving some excellent conversations that are not only important, but are critical to this sector and to Nigeria as a whole. Before I start, allow me to just establish some protocols. The Honorable Minister of Power, Mr. Adebayo Adekola Adelabu, the Honorable Commissioner, Lagos State Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, Mr. Biodun Ogunleye, the MDCEO, Rural Electrification Agency, ably represented, the MDCEO, Sterling One Foundation, Olakweju Ibekwe. We thank you all for being here today. Distinguished ladies and guests, it's indeed an honor to have you in the room with us this morning. But before we go into this conversation, like we said, we didn't call it a colloquium. Is a deliberately chosen name, right? Because this is a melting pot of minds, your industry experts, your leaders, your policymakers. It's important for us to set the scene in this important event today. So to do that, and let me apologize ahead of time, if you are a little mic shy, bear with us. So we would like to pass the mic around now to each and every single person here, because you are not here by accident, to just answer a few questions. First is to tell us who you are, what organization you represent, what you think about the theme for the event today, and what you expect to get out of it. So I'll take it again. Your name, the organization that you represent, what you think about the theme of the event, and what you expect to get out of the conversation today. So you can start to think about it as we bring the mics round. So I think we can start from the table furthest to my right, and we'll just work our way along till we get to the back of the room. So if we could just do it very quickly so that we can get through everyone. And the great thing about this is then you know who to make a beeline for during the break, because you now know who's who. Isn't that great? Awesome. So we can start from you at the far right. Good morning.
Morning. Hi, is it fair? I just walked in.
The first, the last shall be the first.
Okay, I think I gathered what you said. Good morning, everybody. Yeah, so I got an invitation. I saw the topic, and I believe critical stakeholders are here from every sector and every part of the ecosystem and value chain of what we're talking about to come together to discuss.
So can we take your name and organization?
Okelike Energy Training Center. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ifunanya Obabdike, and I'm from Marine Platforms. I think the topic is just what we need to be talking about now in Nigeria and across the whole world, which I believe there has been considerable progress in several sectors of the world. And what I expect to take out from this today is to see how Sterling is going to drive this further and ensure that we have a sustainable, renewable energy sector in Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing.
Hi, my name is Faith Damasos. I represent NG Energy Access. So what I look forward to getting out of this is, I know we've been making progress, but I think it's pretty slow. And I feel, or I want to ensure that after conversations from here, we can speed up things because like I said, while we've been making progress around this topic, it's been pretty slow, especially in this part of the world. So thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Ayo Hadimilua, President, Renewable Energy Association of Nigeria. What I look forward to us getting as outcome from today is action statements, that will move forward financing renewable energy deployment in Nigeria.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. My name is Akpore Denedo. I lead our commercial business, so I'm one of your hosts today. In terms of what I want...
What do you think about the theme and what you want to get out of it?
So I was just reading one literature now. It tells me 86 million people are without electricity in Nigeria. It's not to scare anyone. I'm hoping that at the end of the conversations, we'll make some progress. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning. My name is Abba Hayatuddin, representing the REA. I think the theme is quite apt, given what was just said now. 86 million people lack electricity access, and the theme is beyond the grid. Well, it has always been beyond the grid. What I'll expect out of this colloquium is that at least we have significant insights that will move the needle forward in trying to address the renewable energy future of Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. My name is Dele Fashemo. Certainly one of your key hosts. Unlocking new frontiers in renewable energy. We essentially set up this conversation to help the country accelerate action. The data is available, we know it. If you take it from the point of the destination, we've set up as a country, we're targeting a $1 trillion economy. We can't possibly get there without energy and energy access, right? And that's where the data that was shared is very important. So the question is, how do we accelerate all the policy actions that we already know? How do we unlock access to whether it's financing, whether it's information, whether it's policy amendments, so that we can get there, give people access to energy, solve the energy poverty, and achieve the size of the economy that we have, set out to achieve. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Engineer Bem Ayangao, Assistant Director, Renewable and of Power. And I have the privilege to represent the Honorable Minister of Power at this colloquium. The theme of the colloquium is very apt. I think for far too long we are focused on the grid, but we need to look beyond the grid at this particular point. What I want to derive from this is that many times government will have policy options which we want to adapt for the country. But without the feedback from the industry, without the feedback from the key participants like the financiers, the lenders, the equity, the developers, those policy options to make the best would be a bit difficult. So I'm looking for discussions that we highlight or we bring to the fore the relevant policy support that the industry needs. Thank you so much.
Good morning. Biodun Gulaya. I currently lead the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources in Lagos. And it's nice to always be in the midst of people who belong to a community of interest. Conversations are more focused, and solutions can also be put on the table and pursue in a more focused manner. When I got the invitation to come and give a goodwill or a keynote address or something, I said to myself, since way back, maybe 5-10 years ago, you know the brand, but this brand is not doing business with me. So let me go there and come and spend 10 minutes of their time, let them know what we are doing. If they have not seen anything, at least they have seen street lights. if they have not seen anything, they have seen that we are talking about grid-scale renewable projects. So I'm here to let all the leaders in Sterling know that not only the city, but the nation is getting ready for a major shift in the way we pursue the solution, not only to the grid, but also to the various components that will make us as a people say farewell to a culture of blackouts. Thank you very much.
Thank you and good morning. My name is Jeku Osemene. I hear people earlier saying that they are the host. You know, in the traditional social media, whatever, I'm not the host, I'm the host's brother. So I work with Alternative Bank, which is a sister bank to Sterling Bank. So essentially, I'm the host's brother. I'm here today because I strongly believe that not just in renewable energy space, but I have a belief that we must find a way to unlock or effectivize the latent demand that we have domiciled in our country today. So if you have over 200 million people, right, we need to find a way to, when you say effectivize demand, it means back up the demand with the capacity to pay. And one of the ways to do that is to come up with the right financing structures, the right patient capital, if you may, and the right models to ensure that all those policy frameworks work. Because ultimately, without financing, most of those policies will never come off the ground. So I'm here sitting down with all the great, subject matter experts for us to commune and come up with a roadmap to ensure that implementation is effectivized. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay. Can we take your name?
All right. Good morning, everyone.
Awesome.
Idris Ibrahim is my name from Bank of Industry. So it's quite nice to be here with various stakeholders and players in the industry. One of the things I think I look forward to is the discussion at hand, right? How the different players and stakeholders here will be able to come up with solutions that would benefit the industry as a whole and unlock, should I say, proper de-risking mechanisms, because that's one of the major things that's lacking within the sector. So I look forward to that. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you very much. So remember that I said that if you're mic shy, you're going to have to embrace the mic. So if I could just ask you to move the mic closer up, then everybody can hear you easily, because we really want to hear what you have to say.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jalila Ismailandi. I'm with the Bank of Industry also. And, for me, has the theme Unlocking Frontiers. I look at, after these sessions, that the stakeholders, the developers, the policymakers, the financiers within the industry can actually come together and, act and move on, so we can really unlock the potentials in renewables. The countries that even produce sources of energy have moved beyond, using fuel. So, we should take advantage of the nature's gift to the country and, move this sector forward. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Apologies. My name is Chineye Ajayi. I am the Managing Counsel and Team Lead of the Power and Infrastructure Practice at Olaniwa Ajayi LP. And so for today's events, right, I see this, the topic is unlocking new frontiers in renewable energy. It just speaks to the fact that there are untapped potentials. There are new opportunities that we are yet to assess. and the greed has held us back for so many years. So from this session, I expect that we'll come up with creative ways to assess these opportunities and bridge the energy gap we have in Nigeria and get it power to the last mile where people currently do not have access to power. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'd like to stand on all existing protocols. I'm Omobola Omofai, GM LPV Technologies. The theme for today is timely, beyond the grid. I definitely look forward to all of the conversations and the learnings that will happen today. But beyond the conversations, I look forward to us progressing this to actionable plans that can actually help us unlock the real potential to create more access for energy, clean energy, and reliability, and also making the energy affordable for everyone to benefit from. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, all. The theme, just as has been mentioned by most of the other speakers, is apt: unlocking the new frontiers in renewable energy, suggestive of the fact that there are opportunities that exist, and when you match yourself off against, the other, the Western world, and how they've been able to mine the opportunities and achieve what they've done, it tells you that it can happen here in Africa and it can happen here in Nigeria. So with this setup of subject matter experts, congregated here to discuss all of these opportunities, I look forward to actionable strategy. I look forward to partnerships being bettered. I look forward to moments where, collaboration, sets the tone, and everybody within this room is able to come up with those points, those initiatives that help Africa and Nigeria actually scale to the next level. Maybe in the next couple of years, 4 or 5 years, we'll come back here and say, oh, this was worth it at the end of the day. So looking forward to that at this point. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Morning, my name is Alex Shaw, Group CEO at Walter Smith. I'm here basically to learn, what others are doing in the space, renewable and all that, just so we can dial that into our overall plans as an energy company. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Dipo Adibaju. I'm the Chief Human Resources Officer at Sterling Bank. What we are doing today, I see it as leadership, because leadership is about building legacies that even transcends, your own time, your own lifetime. So this is a very important conversation that we are laying a very good foundation for generations to come. And as a HR person, I think one of the things I'll be interested in is what capabilities or what gaps exist in terms of capabilities, in terms of human potentials to really make this sector what it is and speed it up, towards achieving our goals. Thank you.
All right, good morning all. My name is Ahmed Garba Ahmed, representing Blue Camel Energy. We're a renewable energy service company, and we're glad to be here, partnering with Sterling Bank, and just in line with the existing team unlocking new frontiers in renewable energy. And I'm happy to see our president of RIAN here. I know there's currently a paper on Naira-based concessionary financing for renewable energy projects, so I look forward to seeing more discussions on that. And I'm also happy to see Corey here. Part of the new frontiers we should be looking at is e-mobility, and Corey is currently leading in that line. So happy to see and discuss more on that front. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ito Okon. I'm the CEO of Meticon Engineering Limited. We are an energy infrastructure company. I'm excited to be here. So beyond the grid, I believe what I want to take out from here would be the useful insight that would come from the subject matters experts in this room, and also to have a collective pathway for the future. It's possible for Nigeria to become the energy hub, not just for West Africa, but continent-wide. And I have to appreciate what the RIAN is doing. As a member of RIAN, we've really been having support, but we believe that with Sterling Bank having shown leadership in the past few years, there is more that has to be done, and this colloquium would give a direct signal to what the future holds. Thank you very much.
Good morning, all. My name is Sanjeev Sharma. I am the CFO of Infinity Group. Infinity Group was known for tires, batteries, but now for last couple of years, we are into the power solutions. We are the manufacturer, distributor, importer, and installers for all power solutions, for homes, for commercial buildings, and everything. So I'm here to look for the opportunities available for the further investment in the country and how we can develop and grow more in this segment of renewable energy solutions across the country. We are already having footprints across all major cities in Nigeria. So we'll see in this power sector how we can contribute more to the Nigerian economy. Thank you. I'm here with my colleagues too, Mr. Nitin Sharma, Mr. Rahul, I'm Sanjeev Sharma here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for those that have spoken so far. One other job that I have, which is probably the most important of all, is also to keep time. So we're going to pause at the front row, and I'm sure that I've heard so many things from actionable partnerships. I'm sure the further we go back, we're going to be hearing a lot of the same thing. So we're going to jump right into the activities for today. If you are curious about the agenda, it's renewable energy, so we can't be printing paper. So if you're interested in the agenda, then if you look behind your tag, there's a QR code there, and you can just scan it, and then we will keep this event green. Thank you so much. So to move on in the agenda, to give the welcome address and officially declare this colloquium open, allow me to welcome the MD, CEO Sterling Bank, Abraka Suleiman, ably represented by Mr. Dili Fashemo, the Group Executive Corporate and Investment Banking. Please a round of applause for him as he comes up.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much. My job is very easy. I'm not on the panel. I'm not having any technical conversation. My job is to welcome you. And I'm doing the welcome on behalf of our MD CEO, Mr. Suleiman, who was programmed to be here, but an emergency bankers committee meeting came up, and therefore he has to be in that meeting with the central bank governor and the other CEOs. Of course, it's a theme setting or tone setting conversation. But before I go into it, I should specially recognize and welcome into our midst the Honorable Minister for Power, Chief Adebayo Adelabu, who is ably represented by Engineer Ben. We've got all the right people in the room today. And one thing that I should make known to everybody is that all our very senior government officials actually arrived ahead of most of our guests. Please, can we do something by appreciating them? This is something that is very important, and we do truly appreciate that. So, Honorable Minister, please, you're welcome. I should also recognize and welcome especially the Honorable Commissioner for Energy and Mineral Resources for Lagos State, Mr. Abiodun Ogunle. Please, can we put our hands together for him? Even though I'm dressed as, I don't want to say a politician, I'm a banker, and therefore I may not be the best when it comes to all the different protocol and recognition. But clearly looking around the room, we see significant partners. For you to have made time to come join us on very early on Monday morning, it means a lot to us, and we're truly grateful to have you. What exactly are we trying to do today? For anyone who has been following Sterling, and by Sterling now, I'm going to be referring to the Sterling Financial Holding Company. For those who may not already know, your Sterling Group is a holding company now with two banking institutions. Sterling Bank, as you used to know, which is still there, our conventional banking franchise, and the Alternative Bank, which is our non-interest banking subsidiary of the group. We've always championed 5 critical sectors of the economy, which we refer to as the heart sectors. HEART, healthcare, education, agriculture, renewable energy, and transport. And we are very deliberate about the choice of these sectors because we do know as an impact-led organization, we believe that our job goes beyond profits. We must touch on the planet and the people. And therefore, we recognize that for us to be here, we've been here for about 65 years. Again, that may be a piece of news for many people. And if we look forward to the next 120 years, and we want to be relevant, we know for sure that we've got to leave lasting legacy, and as CHRO spoke about legacy earlier, of impact. There is no single way we can make impact outside of those 5 sectors. Whether it's healthcare, whether it's education or agriculture, renewable energy, and transport. These are sectors that every single living being or economic unit interacts with every single day. You can't have a single day without interacting with those 5 sectors, whether it's mobility, or when you are eating, or you are taking care of your health, or you are learning something, or you are generating energy for yourself or for your business. You interact with all the 5 sectors every day. But today, our focus is on renewable energy. And when I spoke earlier, I said, if you take it from the national priority or national objective standpoint, for an economy that is targeted at achieving a size of $1 trillion US, we know that energy availability, solving the energy poverty problem is very critical. And therefore, we have to continue to speak about this. And in fostering our leadership in this space, we think it's about time that we gathered all the relevant stakeholders into a room and have a conversation. And I'm very happy that this morning we've got the Minister of Power represented, we have the Lagos State Commissioner for Energy represented, we have our REA represented, and several other stakeholders. There is no better gathering. Right. So please, let's keep an open mind. Let's come up with all the ideas, suggestions. For me and for us in Sterling, we think that it's about accelerating action. It's about how do we give more access to more people, and as the theme of the gathering says, beyond the grid. How do we capitalize on the abundant renewable energy resources that we've got in Nigeria? And let's not limit ourselves to solar. But even though that may be the most abundantly available, but today we know that the contribution of hydropower to the national grid and energy is also significant. We need to move the needle. We need to push the frontiers and be able to deliver energy to as many people as possible. For me today, when we step out into a typical city in Nigeria in another few years, we want to see solar panels on all the roofs. When I look out, when I go on a walk and I look out and I see roofs that are just blank and people are suffering, people do not have energy, I just ask myself, all the empty roofs that we've got around us today, we're actually wasting resources. How do we get to a point where we put solar panels on all the roofs, 100% of all roofs in Nigeria should have solar panels on them, because that is actually a veritable source of energy, whether it's for business purposes or for households, for schools, for hospitals, for farmlands, and so on and so forth. How can we achieve that? That is something that we should be talking about today. In Lagos and probably in a few other places, I know that it's still a challenge, but because many people who are residents may not be owners of the property Honorable Commissioner, how can we tweak our tenancy laws, our real estate development laws to ensure that properties and other developments come from scratch with designs for renewable energy solutions from the beginning? Can we get to a point where it's a requirement, for example? Can we get to a point where landlords are required to allow their tenants, when and if they choose, to put solar panels on their roof? These are real limiting factors in the country today. Those are a few questions that I would like to leave us with in setting the tone for our conversation and in welcoming you all. And I do hope that as we gather and as we listen to the conversations and participate, we will be able to come up with 2 or 3 top priority areas that we can track action, whether in terms of policy, whether in terms of regulation, whether in terms of financing, in order to push the frontiers and give our people more access to energy for prosperity and for economic growth and development. On that note, I welcome you all. Thank you for coming.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think we can do better than that. Please, let's give him a loud round of applause. Thank you so much for that. I think the scene has been set perfectly. The problem statement has been well defined. Some of the key questions have been asked, and the opportunities certainly talked about as well. I like to, when we talk about blood, everybody's blood is red, and then, there are blue bloods. I like to say that my blood is green and white. If you go to my social media, I define myself as a daughter of Nigeria. We are not many people that love Nigeria to the DNA. And one of the things I always say about Nigeria is I think, and I'm not the expert, but when I just think about the landscape of the entirety of the country, I think we have so much opportunity to harness renewable energy, from hydro to solar. We just have it all across the country. So I'm definitely looking forward to learning a thing or two about these opportunities. Now, to move into our goodwill messages, please join me in welcoming the Honorable Minister of Power, Chief Adebayo Adekola Adelabu, ably represented by the Assistant Director, Renewable and Rural Power Access Department, Engineer Samuel Ben Ayangyo, to take the conversation forward. Please, let's make him feel welcome. Let's keep clapping. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Let me, on behalf of the Honorable Minister, recognize the presence of the Honorable Commissioner, Energy and Mineral Resources of Lagos State, Mr. Biodun Ogunleye. The MD Sterling Bank, represented by Mr. Dele Fashemo, the Managing Director, Rural Electricity Agency, were represented by Mr. Abba. Let me also recognize the man I call my president, because I also belong to the renewable energy field, the president of the Renewable Energy Association of Nigeria. And I want to recognize them specially because they were very, very instrumental during the leadership of Segun Adaju to prompt the ministry into formulating the renewable energy and energy efficiency policy. So they have been very, very instrumental in putting the government to its toes to ensure that the renewable energy sector is actually unlocked. I have the privilege to represent the Honorable Minister, and I will read his goodwill message. I'm delighted to attend this maiden edition of the Renewable Energy Colloquium. Let me commend the Sterling Bank for convening this important conversation on the theme that is central to increasing energy access beyond the grid, unlocking new frontiers in green energy. This initiative underscores your deep understanding and commitment to addressing the financial, technical, and developmental challenges of energy access. As you are aware, the federal government of Nigeria, under the leadership of His Excellency, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, has placed renewable energy and rural electrification at the heart of the renewed hope agenda. Through flagship initiatives such as Mission 300 and the Distributed Access to Renewable Energy System, DARES, the Federal Ministry of Power has continued to expand electricity access to unserved and underserved communities, driving economic growth, fostering industrial activity, and creating jobs across the nation. The federal government firmly recognizes that energy is not just a commodity, but a critical enabler of economic growth and job creation. The Ministry of Power is committed to harnessing Nigeria's abundant solar resources to achieve universal electricity access through distributed renewable energy solutions. While our past efforts heavily relied on extending the traditional grid, the time has come to look beyond the grid to power the 90% of rural communities still in darkness. We must leverage our abundantly and widely distributed solar resources. This is the essence of unlocking new frontiers. The federal government's commitment is evident through intervention projects such as the solarization of educational institutions, public health facilities, markets, and agricultural activities. By deploying mini-grids and solar home systems, these initiatives ensure that children can learn without disruption, citizens can access healthcare without the interruption of blackouts, and livelihoods are enhanced. Furthermore, the deployment of solar energy in public buildings reduces government electricity costs, freeing up valuable resources for other critical needs. Ladies and gentlemen, lighting up Nigerian homes is essential, and we are dedicated to achieving it. But to truly grow our economy and create sustainable jobs, we must go beyond domestic lighting to powering productivity. We should exploit our renewable energy resources to drive agriculture, supporting irrigation, storage, processing, and empowering rural SMEs. The benefits of developing our renewable energy sector are enormous. When we power a clinic with solar, we save lives. When we power a rice mill or hair salon, we enhance livelihoods, grow the local economy, and create jobs. Unlocking new frontiers requires more than infrastructure. It demands investment in people and industry. We must build local capacity across the entire renewable energy value chain, thereby establishing a pool of domestic skilled workforce ready to design, innovate, install, operate, and maintain the systems. At the same time, we must invest and strengthen local manufacturing of renewable energy equipment, such as solar PVs and batteries. We shouldn't import equipment for which we clearly have abundant raw materials. This colloquium represents a convergence of policy, finance, and technology. The partnership between the power sector and forward-thinking financial institutions, such as Sterling Bank, is the catalyst we need for accelerated deployment of off-grid renewable energy solutions. To unlock new frontiers, we must first unlock capital. We must de-risk technology and make renewable energy projects not only environmentally attractive, but also financially viable. To Sterling Bank and all financial institutions present, I reaffirm the Ministry of Power stands as your committed partner, formulating the right policies and providing the necessary incentives. I therefore call on you to fund innovations and bankroll the projects that will light up homes, power productivity, grow our economy, and create sustainable jobs. Ladies and gentlemen, let this colloquium be the forge where groundbreaking ideas are shaped into actionable, fundable blueprints for progress. Let us move beyond discussions to deployment. I thank Sterling Bank once again for this exemplary leadership and wish you all engaging, insightful, and highly productive deliberations. Thank you all.
We can keep clapping. We can keep clapping. Thank you, sir, for delivering the words of the Honorable Minister of Power. To move things along quickly, please join me in welcoming the Honorable Commissioner, Lagos State, Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, Mr. Biodun Ogunleye, to deliver his goodwill message. Let's make him feel welcome. Please, let's clap as he comes up.
Thank you very much. She said I have 10 minutes. Huh? So I should do 10 minutes. Once it's 10 minutes, I'll drop the mic. So to manage my 10 minutes, let me start by not trying to recall all the names. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues, partners, and leaders in Nigeria's energy ecosystem, good morning. And it's an honor to be at this colloquium this year. I thank the board and management of Sterling Bank for inviting me to deliver these goodwill remarks. And I must say, the bank has been consistently championing green financing and innovation across the nation. This year's colloquium and the team Beyond the Grid, Unlocking New Frontiers in Green Energy, captures precisely the direction which progressive nations are moving. It challenges us to rethink how we produce, distribute, and consume energy, and to look boldly towards technologies and partnerships that breaks traditional limitations. For Lagos State, this is more than a team. It is an agenda already in motion. And our administration under Mr. Governor Babajide Olusola Aduragbemi Sanwo-Olu is implementing the most ambitious energy transformation Lagos has ever undertaken. Our focus is clear: to build a modern, resilient, decentralized, and climate-smart energy ecosystem that unlocks prosperity for all residents of the state. Allow me to highlight some of our major efforts in renewable energy and sustainability. The first one is the 2 gigawatt Lagos grid-scale solar project. It is an historic leap. Lagos is currently developing one of the largest of national solar programs in Africa, a multi-phase initiative to add 2 gigawatts of grid-scale solar capacity to the Lagos energy mix. This program will significantly diversify, and she's making me to rush myself. I should take my time. This program will significantly diversify the state's energy supply, reduce dependency on fossil fuel-based power, strengthen local grid stability, improve energy affordability, support industrial clusters and productive use industries. Now, we also believe this particular project will accelerate our transition and help us secure the energy future of the city while stabilizing our grid. The project integrates partnership with world-class developers, financiers, DFIs, and private sector energy groups to represent a bold demonstration of our readiness to lead Africa's clean energy revolution. Now, the second one is the Mole Eco initiative. We are going to the micro level. You have seen our streets. You have seen solar street lights. Deployed is only 22,000. We have commitment to about 50,000 already. So you will see more of your neighborhoods coming alive in the night. Our determination is to make sure that the promise of creating a 24-hour city comes alive by the time all that is in place. But we are going to the to the micro, and we are going beyond this grid, and we are saying the Mole Eco initiative is focused on community, is focused on individuals, is focused on small businesses. It's basically designed out of a desk in the ministry called the Red Desk, the Renewable Energy Desk, and is bringing clean, reliable, and affordable power directly to homes, to markets, to unserved communities, to people who may not even be able to afford what the grid will want to have them pay. The goal is to ensure that we promote energy security, accessibility, and inclusivity. Under this initiative, the last mile energy access to informal and low-income communities will be secured and well assured. We are trying by this initiative to ensure that women, young people, small businesses benefit from the energy they need. I mean, boxes that are able to give them the energy they need per time, supported with solar application. Where the discos have promised you maybe 8 or 12 hours of supply, those boxes can prolong your usage when you are able to recharge and then have access. So it's a practical demonstration of inclusiveness, ensuring that nobody is left behind as Lagos move into a renewable energy future. Now, I've spoken briefly about the 50,000 street lights that we're putting in place. Is to the best of our knowledge, is one of the largest single solar streetlight programs on the continent. And this will reduce diesel consumption, cut emission, improve safety, make our street lighting projects programs more reliable, and lower the operating burden on government. This is in line with the team's agenda of Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu's administration of making Lagos a 24/7 city, ensuring security and economic activities on the streets of Lagos round the clock. The fourth project or initiative I want you to be on the lookout for is alternative fuel strategy for transportation. As part of our broader clean energy transition, Lagos is advancing an alternative fuel strategy that will reshape mobility across the state. What are we doing in this state? We are working through Ibile to ensure that compressed natural gas for buses and government fleets becomes something that second quarter of next year is a foregone conclusion, and we are going to be supporting more private sector transport owners, downfalls, ride-hailing, logistics, and corporate fleets to convert their vehicles from PMS to CNG. We are going to be putting in place additional incentives and market framework. We are going to ensure that we have master plans and stations on all our major roads. So you will see CNG stations, you will see where to power your EVs and all that on all our major roads that are strategically positioned, so you will never get stranded when you are using any of these resources, as we try to ensure that the penetration of these alternative fuels become very high. So the EV transition program for the mega city is in line with the global trend. But Lagos is not just moving along with the trend. We are saying to ourselves, we must position ourselves as the leader in electric vehicle adoption in West Africa. Our roadmap includes a rollout initiative of EV charging infrastructure. I'm sure if you're also following the news, a lot of buses are coming on stream from one of our partners, and another partner is bringing in a lot of two-wheelers. We are trying to ensure that we put regulatory and financial incentives in place to make EV adoption seamless. Our goal, again, in that stead, is to make Lagos the electric mobility capital for West Africa. Now, let me focus a little bit on the electricity market. As you are aware, we have played a leading role in ensuring that we put in place the foundation for an independent subnational electricity market, one where renewable energy is prioritized. And if you check, we set the tone for net metering and being able to produce for the grid. So we're saying a few of us who have all our roofs filled with solar panels during the day, we should not be just wasting those panels. Those panels can actually supply our neighbors, bring down the operating costs of the discos and all that. And we are encouraging more private sector initiative, investment. And we also believe that as our regulatory agency takes shape, we will see more, both the regulatory agency and the Red Desk, as they work together, we'll see more initiatives and better distributed energy systems. Local energy trading and market responsiveness will also be encouraged. Lastly, Lagos is advancing climate action and a just energy transition. And we're doing that into respect. We are saying the realities of a coastal megacity as they are dawning on us. We will try as much as possible to go ahead, but the reality is that the coastal road has to be built. A lot of the, I'm just giving that as an example, a lot of the ocean action deficit we have not taken care of ages, we now have to take care of them. So you see us take steps towards ensuring emissions are reduced, clean mobility, green building. We've had a workshop on this. A few things have been agreed, and thereafter you will see incentives being released by departments that approve building plans for those who are going in that direction. We'll continue to promote circular economy, circular jobs, and encourage green skills. Now, let me drive home the public-private partnership platforms that I see come up, and I believe institutions like Sterling Bank should start getting ready to help us engage actively in distributed energy setup throughout the states. The grid will always be the grid, but historically, we have challenges with the development of the grid, with the operations of the grid. But we know that if you take a problem in small clusters, the problem will be solved. So based on that and the capacity that we have seen, I believe strongly before the end of the first quarter, some announcements will come off the table, and everyone will be happy that Lagos is pursuing these solutions in the right direction. So we already have some grid-scale investors indicating interest. Lots of new assets, new companies are opening up for all manner from PVs to assembling all manner of components for renewable production and all that. And we are delighted to note the interest of DFIs and development partners and technological innovators and all that. Sterling Bank's role in catalyzing green finance is noteworthy, and we commend the bank for continuously creating platforms like this, Colloquium, that drives investment, improve knowledge, and strengthen sector dialogue. as Lagos, looking forward, we are clear that a clean energy that powers industries, drive innovation, support mobility, strengthen communities, and fuel inclusive economic growth is not negotiable. In Lagos, we look forward to a city where solar and other renewables are mainstreams and not alternatives. We believe that we can lead West Africa in a sustainable energy development, and we believe within the next 3 years, we will say there are segments of our city that have not experienced blackouts on account of the implementation of renewable infrastructures that we are all going to be working towards. So today's gathering brings us one step closer to that future. So our call to this colloquium is simple. Let's truly look beyond the grid. And that will require that we need to think innovatively and bring innovative solutions, innovative technology in battery storage, in green hydrogen, and waste to energy to the table. I met a gentleman that says he traveled all the way from Canada to be here. I mean, this is Lagos. We don't say welcome to Lagos. We just hope you're having a great experience with us. All right. Now, we believe we will continue to provide the enabling environment. I may be leaving, but I have senior colleagues on hand in this hall that are taking detailed notes. All your comments, whatever you want government to do, be sure that we are very responsive and we are going to be with you. Now, the other issue that I want, particularly because of the audience that I have there, is financial ingenuity. I need to ask and I need to plead. Let me use the word plead, not ask. That maybe one day, Sterling Bank should put us in a room where we can actually go beyond the risking and start talking about how do we get this cash available to our MSMEs. How do we get this cash available to that young man that is already earning like $1 million per month and is being forced every night to sleep without light? So we need to design creative models to fund both large, small, and grassroots renewable projects that will make for a better living experience and more productive citizenry. I urge every participant to engage in robust conversations that will translate into actionable policy recommendations and sustainable investment partnership. Let us work together to harness the power of the sun, wind, and waste to build a cleaner, safer, and more prosperous Lagos for all. I wish you all a highly successful and innovative colloquium. As we say, or in closing, on behalf of the city, on behalf of the government of Lagos, I send my warm goodwill to all the organizers, partners, financiers, researchers, and innovators in this room, and those who are also watching us online. Thank you for participating at this very important event. I wish you all productive deliberations and impactful outcome that will accelerate Nigeria's green transition and unlock the next frontier of energy possibilities. Thank you and God bless. Ìgbéga ìpínlẹ̀ Èkó àjùmọ̀ṣe. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Not at all. Thank you. A round of applause for him. I believe he did a fantastic job. So to move on in our goodwill messages, please join me in welcoming the MD CEO, Sterling One Foundation, Beju Ibekwe, for her goodwill message. Let's make her feel welcome. Please, let's keep clapping. Thank you so much. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Please permit me to stand on existing protocols. At the Sterling One Foundation, we are very proud to partner with Sterling Bank on the maiden edition of the Renewable Energy Colloquium. At the Sterling One Foundation, we see a Nigeria that no home will ever lack power again. We believe this is possible, but we know it can only be done via multi-level, multi-sectoral partnerships, which is why we sincerely commend the leadership of Sterling Bank on this very timely event. With a $10 billion annual financing gap for the transition of energy in Nigeria, it is clear that we need various forms of capital to make that happen. I must say that at the Sterling One Foundation, we prioritize action. And this is a call for anyone in the room or watching us online. If you have available catalytic concessional capital to be able to accelerate action in renewable energy access in Nigeria, we will be glad to work with you to ensure that this funding, of course with our partners and including Sterling Bank, this funding will be able to get to the right people. We know that there's commitment from everyone in this room, but what we would like to leave you with is this. Let us ensure that whatever deliberations we have today do not remain as conversations and notes in our books and a communique. Let us ensure, working within our network, that we act intentionally, that we act with focus on impact. And here's why. We know that access to power means access to education. It means access to healthcare services. It means access to a better economy. It means access to better food quality. For us, access to power is synonymous to access to life. And that is our call to you today. Let us ensure that we do not just leave this place having conversations, but we choose to act intentionally. And hopefully, by the time we meet next, we will be sharing reports of transformed systems. We'll be sharing reports of implemented policies. We'll be sharing reports of increased finance access. We will be sharing reports because we acted. Thank you for your time.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Kweju Ibikwe. I thought when she was talking about all the different ways that we would share action, we would be clapping because we're all committed to taking action. But thank you for that powerful charge. It goes beyond the conversations to the actions that we're committing to carry out following this event. I think that was a really powerful way to end our goodwill messages. Do you agree? Awesome. So we're going to go to our main keynote address. Keynotes are very important. We all know why we're here. We all know what we're talking about. But it's the meat of what drives the conversations. We've heard all our goodwill messages. Now we're going to welcome the MD CEO, Rural Electrification Agency, Dr. Abba Abubakar Aliyu, ably represented by Mr. Abba Hayatuddin, to give us the keynote address. Please let's make him feel welcome as he comes on stage.
20 minutes. Okay. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here at this inaugural Colloquium. I think this is a very important nodal point for communities of practice that I think is critical to continue to move the conversations forward, particularly as we confront the large, significant energy access challenge and the desire to move or promote renewable energy deployment in the country. Now, as is customary, I'm representing the Managing Director of the Rural Electrification Agency. And we all know that for every presentation or for every participation of the Managing Director, he has a presentation to hold. And I will be very quick to provide that. Thank you. The theme is scaling electrification in Nigeria, the REA impact. I believe it's very important for us to have, to set the tone, to understand what the landscape is like today as it pertains to energy access. Next slide, please. So who are we, REA? We exist to provide energy access to unserved and underserved communities with the objective of universal access. Now, we do that based on 3 different priorities. Energy security, meaning that the energy provided must be reliable. Energy equity, to reiterate the words of the Honorable Commissioner of the Lagos State, it must be accessible and it must be affordable. And finally, environmental sustainability. Now, we know that the majority of the investors take climate risk very seriously, and this is where renewable energy comes into play. Next slide, please. So what is the challenge? Earlier, the divisional head for corporate banking stated that, stated that 86 million Nigerians lack access to electricity. And of those of us that are connected to the electrical grid, we often rely on alternative fuel source backups, mostly diesel, but now increasingly solar. There is nothing that underscores this more than the diligent work that the Lagos State government did, I think in 2023, wherein the government of Lagos State took a stock of the existing gensets in Lagos State alone. And the results were quite astounding. About 4.3 to 4.5 million generating sets exist today in Lagos. It has a capacity of anywhere between 18 to 20 gigawatts. That is 18,000 to 20,000 megawatts, or about 4.5 to 5 times our national generation average. I'll say that again for those of you that did not catch that. So Lagos State today has between 4.3 to 4.5 million sets with a capacity of between 18 to 20,000 megawatts. That is 4 to 5 times our national generation average. Now, what does that tell you? That tells you that the grid is distributed, right? And which makes the theme of this colloquium, Beyond the Grid, not just a theme, but a reality re-echoed throughout this room, which is why when I introduced myself, I actually said it was always beyond the grid, right? So I felt that was quite important to point out so that we can have a very clear perspective as to what we're facing in terms of the Beyond the Grid theme that we have today. Now, we at the REA looked at this very critically, and we actually did a least cost analysis of what it will take to connect every single last mile community based on the most efficient technology, right? And we found that figure to be about 23 billion US dollars. This is what we need to achieve universal access. Now, I don't have to tell you that public funding alone is insufficient. We have to be able to put in the structures in place to mobilize private capital at scale to be able to solve the problem. And again, that is why forums such as this is quite important and critical for us to think around how to solve that problem. And if you add to that the energy transition drive that we have in the country, that's another $410 billion opportunity out to 2060, or $410 billion challenge, depending on if you're a half glass, half full kind of person, right? So of course, we know that there are significant economic losses that owe to the fact that we don't have universal access. And again, to add to what the executive director said earlier, it's not just energy access that we seek, right? Energy access, you have some people that actually say energy access is fundamental right. But we have a policy direction and ambition from the federal government that we want to be $1 trillion economy. So the 23 billion I referenced earlier just underscores what it requires for us to achieve energy access based on a very strict definition of what qualifies as access. And that this is tier 2 access, which is anywhere between 50 to 200 watts. Standalone systems. That is what we undertook as the national benchmark. But of course, that is just the entry point. That is just the first step on the ladder. We have to do much more for us to be able to achieve the $1 trillion economy that we seek. So what are the existing opportunities from the investment outlook, right? We did mention that there is a $410 billion opportunity, energy transition out to 2060. We have a rapidly expanding utility, right? There was a report by the Rocky Mountain Institute and GAP based on their engagements with the distribution companies that today, based on the DISCO networks and the potential to connect large CNI customers and some feeders that the distribution companies are willing to provide to developers, right? You have a 20 gigawatt opportunity out to 2033. And REA can actually confirm this because based on our implementation of the DARES project, there is a component for interconnected mini-grids, right? Where we sought out partnerships with the DISCOs and opened up engagements. And we saw that there were about 600 sites that the DISCOs provided to REA to say that these locations were ready to partner with the private sector developers that you guys are cultivating over on that side to be able to reinforce the network there. So these are opportunities in this space. And of course, the $410 billion opportunity is not something that we should import our way through. I remember last year in this very hotel, I was presenting the REA strategy. And there was a gentleman who sits in this room now, I'm not going to call his name, that put me on the spot. I unfortunately forgot to, it was an oversight on my part, to include local content as part of the REA strategy. This was last year. Do you know yourself? Or should I call you out? It's Mr. Chuks Omezulora from Oxano Solar. So, Mr. Chuks, this is for you, right? I'm happy to report to you that following the inaugural Nigeria Renewable Energy Innovation Forum that we held in October, data suggests now that Nigeria, for the first time ever, for those of you that follow the MDU, would have seen the post. For the first time ever in the history of the country, October 2025 was the month that we imported more solar cells for manufacturing than we did finished products for solar. I don't know about you, but that demands a round of applause. It's also a testament to the fact that the policies of the federal government are airtight and forward-looking, right? Because again, if you were to dig deeper into the data, you would see that what we did in importing solar cells for 2025 is greater than what we've done in the entire history of the country, just 2025. So I think that's very critical to take note of, and that the future of Nigeria is truly local industrialization, right? So that's another key point for us to hold. And I believe Nigeria is behind just one country. I can't seem to remember. Next slide, please. So what is the impact, right? You should also note that we're in a scale-up following the Nigeria electrification project and the drive for us to cover this energy access gap, wherein we demonstrated models using de-risking instruments, such as the performance-based grants and results-based frameworks that we've seen from projects such as the World Bank-funded Nigeria electrification project. So what this did for the sector is that it aided some of the renewable energy service companies with the capital formation that they needed to put themselves on the map, to ideate, to iterate, and fine-tune their business models. And because of that, we were able to deliver these impacts that you see here on the left side, right? We've connected more than 8 million Nigerians, 15,400 MSMEs, about 131.37 megawatts of solar capacity, and disbursed over 400 million in grants. Now, based on what we are trying to do going forward, if you look at programs such as the distributed access through renewable energy scale-up, we are indeed scaling up in all ramifications of the word, right? We're aligning with the global imperatives to triple the rate of renewable energy and double the rate of energy efficiency. We saw that commitment in COP28. Nigeria is fully aligned with that. COP29 saw the commitment to scale climate finance, to triple the rate of climate finance from the $100 billion commitment to $300 billion commitments. COP30 seems to be the implementation COP where we bring everything together. So on the global side, you're seeing this massive push to scale. And Nigeria, we're responding positively to this. And that is why right now we're in the scale-up phase and you're seeing the pipeline impacts on the right side, right? So 20 million people we want to connect before 2030. 4 million households, 300,000 MSMEs, about 700 megawatts of PV, and about 1.7 billion to be disbursed in grants. Thank you. Next slide, please. Of course, this scale-up has some pillars that are heavy dependencies, without which we will not be able to achieve that. Clearly, we are here because of financing. It's a critical issue. Of course, as we scale, we have to be sustainable. It's also a very critical element of the equation. You don't want a scenario where, as we're trying to scale up with all these initiatives like the Mission 300, down the years, you don't want a situation where you're looking back and saying, do we need to do a Mission 150, for instance? So the sustainability frameworks are key. Data and planning is getting increasingly difficult in this fragmented sector. Part of it is owing to the Electricity Act, which has empowered the subnational governments to take ownership of their state electricity markets, which is a positive thing. But as you can see, if it's not carefully coordinated, it could have some negative impacts. So we have to be deliberate about those. Of course, the ecosystem has to evolve. Right, I did make mention of the RESCOs who were developers before, and I will get into that as we go. I will go into this one by one. Please, next slide. So financing. I just mentioned that we need to think about sustainable energy access. It's not just about scaling up, providing de-risking instruments that incentivize developers to go and build assets on the ground that years from now might need capital injection that the developer might not be there to provide. So this is why I think as much as the existing models have brought us here today, they need to evolve in order to sustain these outcomes. And this is one of the key areas that I believe the collective intelligence in this room could actually help us address, because the models, as I said, they need to evolve. If you look at the REA funding pipeline today, based on the existing programs, we have about 1.16 billion, which mostly are going to be given in form of de-risking instruments as grants. And if you look at the pipeline, you're looking at 2.1 billion. If there's one single mission that we have today in this room, in the communities of practice, is to gain significant leverage out of this. we must leverage every bit of concessional financing so as to maximize the output that we get. That is very critical and is there to me. Currently, we have just 5 sources of funding from the REA side, right? We have the capital appropriation, comes from the National Assembly. We have a portion of what comes from the electricity market. We have sovereign loans through DFIs, as well as special interventions like the Renewable Infrastructure Development Fund from the federal government. So if you think about it and you think about the scale of the challenge, the 23 billion I mentioned earlier, how are we going to get to that point if we don't mobilize the private sector at scale? The only way we do that without that is to continue to commit the sovereign, which is unsustainable. I don't think we have the headroom for that as a country. So this is my appeal to all the intelligent investors and finance people in this room. Let's use this medium to put our heads together and be able to mobilize private sector at scale. Give the recommendations for the structures. Let's sit down, let's ideate, let's do what we need to do to solve this problem. Next slide, please. So this is the current operating framework. We implement various DRE solutions via these 12 programs. The most significant is, at this point, the distributed access through renewable energy scale-up. It's a $750 million project. Looking at the audience in this room, I'm sure most of you are familiar with the project. It's across 2 broad components, I would say. You have the standalone systems. These are your solar systems. And then you have your mini grids, both interconnected as well as isolated mini grids. Of course, one of the most interesting segments for me is the interconnected mini grids because it gives us an opportunity to extend an olive branch to the grid, right? I mean, the theme is beyond the grid, but I think while we're moving beyond the grid, we should also occasionally look back to see if the grid is catching up. And I'll tell you why it's quite important, right? If you think about it, we've embraced this electrotech that China has shown is a viable pathway for for any country to achieve energy security based on cheap renewable energy technologies. And we're beginning to see that manifest even in the third world countries or the emerging economies that lack the infrastructure. I mean, I just heard the conversation around electric vehicles, for instance, right? You can't hope to get such transformations with off-grid systems. You have to, at some point, find a way to integrate with the grid. And of course, these are distributed systems, right? The grid itself, the reason why I said once you look back and see if they're catching up, it will get to a point, I believe, where we have to make a decision as Nigerians, whether the cost of non-supply is something we can continue to shoulder. For a nation that is trying to be a $1 trillion economy, I don't think that for so long we will be able to not consider that critical. And once we get to that point, the distribution network operators that get their acts together in digitizing, in employing these digital technologies will be able to leverage their grids to serve customers better. The Honorable Commissioner was just mentioning things around selling back to the grid, right? So I think issues like that mean that we must partner with the grid at some point and be cognizant of the fact that there will be that inflection point where you begin to see these digital systems, and those that are ready for it will be able to leverage these resources and continuously drive down the cost of renewable energy integration in the country. That's a bit of a segue from what I was explaining right here. So we have other programs. I won't touch a lot of it. The most interesting one for me here is the e-hat, right? They say if you are going to copy shamelessly, particularly from successful projects. And I just got to learn that the HAT initiative was something of the Sterling Bank, right? And I kept hearing it from the Rural Electrification Fund in the REA. So kudos to the Sterling Bank for this. So moving on, please. I did mention earlier about sustainability, sustainable energy access. So while we're scaling up, it's important to think around how whatever it is that we're doing ends up being sustainable. Recall that I said that currently what moves the sector is the sovereign loans that the federal government is taking and providing it to REA to provide as de-risking instruments to the private sector. So from our perspective, it will be quite a shame if at the end of the day, after so much work has gone into deploying assets on the ground, we end up with a situation where most of those assets are no longer operational. So we came up with a solution called the Renewable Energy Asset Management Company. REA has long been a project implementing entity, right? And not just REA, the DFIs and all our partners are considering the energy access conversation, they're considering it as a sprint, right? We're trying to sprint to universal access by 2030. So for all partners, it's a sprint rather than a marathon. With that being the case, there needs to be a corporate entity from our perspective that serves as an insurance policy to this massive, never seen before scale-up ambition that we've seen, whether it's Mission 300, whether it's the DARE project, whether it's the Renewed Hope Infrastructure Development Project. So the REA conceived this idea where it intends to corporatize all its assets and deployments for those that it owns on the balance sheet of this fresh company called Ramco. The cash flows that will be gotten from such a company would be used to, one, continuously operate the asset. For assets that you provide capital subsidies on, the cash flows would cover the replacement costs and ensure that all of the assets that we're deploying end up being sustained over a long period of time. And of course, is to also leverage the balance sheet to raise additional financing as a means to ensure sustainable energy access. So this is one of the key concepts that we're working on. Currently, I'm happy to report that we're in the middle of an asset valuation exercise. We expect the balance sheet of this company to be nothing less than about $300 million, reflecting the quality of assets that were deployed. So I would advise that you stay tuned for that. The second line of the sustainability conversation is what I referenced earlier. How do we stretch out the anchor capital we get from the federal government to mobilize private sector at scale? How do we create projects? You would see that globally, only 2% of the capital flows in renewable energy investments end up in Africa. And when you talk to financiers, what you hear often is that the projects aren't there, meaning there isn't anyone investing in project preparation to get them to that stage where they can be financed. And REA having access to all this incredible pipeline that could serve that, we thought about leveraging that and bringing all the financiers into one room and asking what they want to see in terms of a well-prepared project so that we can standardize that template and process and ensure that the deal flow when it comes to renewable energy projects is quick and we can aggregate projects at scale that everybody agrees that this is what these projects need to have in order for us to scale so that we can streamline that process and begin to solve this problem at scale. We approached some of the DFIs, our local DFIs, the Bank of Industry, Development Bank of Nigeria, to start ideating around this. We think some of our own local DFIs need to play a much larger role in the conversation. It shouldn't be just the World Bank, the African Development Bank, the AFD, and JICA. I think our problems are local. They benefit from us being able to come together and find solutions that work for us. So for anyone that is willing to further conversations on this, I think we're available to take that, and you'll hear from us at some point. Yeah, next slide, please. So data planning. I highlighted earlier that we're witnessing a more fragmented energy access and renewable energy ecosystem due to the fact that the Electricity Act has empowered the subnationals to set up their electricity markets. Now, I've worked for more than 10 years on the grid side, starting with the market reform. One of the things that we saw when the privatization exercise took effect is that what you gained in a competitive electricity market to drive down the cost, you lost in investment coordination, right? Because you no longer have one entity owning generation, transmission, and distribution. So when we saw that the Electricity Act of 2023 was passed, we understood that it was a huge opportunity for those subnational governments that had a particular interest in pushing their electrification agendas. We saw that it could be a huge opportunity for them, but also on the whole, if there isn't a deliberate effort to harmonize our approach, then we could risk fragmentation that could move us back. So based on that, we undertook the National Electrification Strategy and Implementation Plan. We drove significant engagement with the subnational governments. For those of you that have been following the managing director, would see that we've been doing state-by-state roundtable engagements. In those state-by-state roundtable engagements, we highlighted some of these opportunities, challenges, and opportunities for partnership, right? To date, we've engaged about 20 subnational governments, including Lagos State, and we look to continue and complete the 36 states before the second half of next year, God willing. And it has been very, very positive. A lot of the members of the subnational governments have seen value in coming together. We've presented this national education strategy to the National Economic Council for them to assent so that we can have that ratified and serve as the single point of truth for data, investment, and coordination in the sector. So what does it entail? We looked at it along 5 different paths. The first one is, what does it mean for us to say we have energy access? Of course, it could be different for different regions, different countries, different communities, but it's important to have a harmonized definition, one that we all agreed on, right? So that was what we sought to solve. Number 2, creating a geospatial electrification model. For those of you, those of us in this room, we're quite astute, right? We know that there are a number of different geospatial tools that exist today that has been a subject of significant contention within the space. So how do we harmonize that, bring the best data sets, the best in class data, to have one unified tool that will aid us in electrification planning? The third is establishing a sector-wide approach where all the members of the subnational governments, as well as the federal government, have a swap model that we can agree to so that we can have one plan, one budget, one accountability framework. Number 4, the state level readiness. Of course, investors are always looking to see if states are actually ready for investments, right? They want to see the state level readiness. So we did that assessment. We looked at all of the 36 states based on policy, based on data availability, based on the fact that they've been able to mobilize investments and all of that. So we took that into account and we scored them from 1 to 5, right? And then lastly, the final point is an electrification compact that the states are going to sign after the National Economic Council agrees. So this is quite critical for us as well. Next slide. I will run this through very quickly. So the least cost strategy I highlighted earlier, this is the result. So based on the least cost strategy, we understand that $23 billion is what is required to cover the energy access gap based on the most efficient technology. So now what is that efficient technology, right? It's between 3 things: standalone systems, mini grids, and grid extension. Based on our analysis, based on the existing data, medium voltage line data that cuts across the entire country, we've seen that about 24% of the unelectrified in the country are going to be best served by grid extension. So for these communities, extending the grid is the cheapest, most efficient, most effective way to connect them. 31% are best served by mini grids. So So these communities are a bit further away. So these communities are a bit further away from the grid, but are quite densely populated enough to justify a mini grid, right? So the 45% of the unelectrified are best served by standalone systems, right? These are communities that are far away from the grid. They are not as densely populated, so standalone systems work best. So this is the result of the NESIP analysis that we did. And of course, speaking to the investment community, we would want a lot of feedback as to how to improve this, because we want the NESIP to be a tool through which we can make investment decisions and have coordinated efforts. The next phase of this is for us to begin to layer productive elements into it. Where are all the hospitals? Where are all the agricultural clusters? Where are all the electric vehicles? Where are all the BTSs in the rural communities for connectivity? So we're starting that second phase very soon. We've sent out a call for proposal for that. Like I said, we want this to be the single source of truth for electrification planning and coordinated investment. So if you have any suggestions, please, we'll be open to hear that. And this is also part of what we witnessed from the lessons of the Morocco, right? Morocco started a very ambitious rural electrification program back in 1996, where they raised the electrification rates of rural communities from 18% to now nearly 100%, right, within just 30 years. And one of the things that we picked was that extending electricity access was quite deliberate. It was channeled towards productive use, but not in the way that we do productive use today, right? For example, the large customers got a free connection at the time. So if you are a large customer, let's say a hyperscaler, a data center, you got a free connection because they know that they can recoup their money, right? And then for those off-grid communities, they layered a lot of consumer financing, right, for productive use equipment. So when they look at the planning, they know that in a couple of months, for example, a certain community is going to get electricity, whether it's a mini grid, whatever the case may be. And you had financial institutions going into those communities and providing financing for productive use equipment that is tailored to that community. So I think that is also another area that we can actually build upon and evolve some of our models. It's something that we've taken to heart. Next slide, please. So I discussed this, the RESCO model. This just documents the history and evolution of REA's delivery model, right? Before, it used to just be grid extension, extending the grid. We dealt with typically contractors, fees for job, and things like that. When we started the distributed renewable energy projects, we partnered with the private sector and provided de-risking. So that's one step in that direction. So where we're going now is more around a renewable energy service company. So we want our developers to have that mindset of providing electricity service. You're not a builder of infrastructure, you're a service provider. And that change in mindset is very important for the scale up that we want to achieve. That is what we believe that it means to be a RESCO. And you can see some of that in our programming, in some of the programs that we come up. We're trying to force the ecosystem, or let me not use the word force, we're trying to encourage the ecosystem, right, to move towards this RESCO model because it's more sustainable. Next slide, please. The ecosystem is something that is very important, as I mentioned earlier. And we keep talking about universal access by 2030, 410 billion opportunity, net zero by 2060. Where is the manpower going to come from, right? So we have to be active and deliberate in developing the manpower and skill sets that is required for us to meet the scale of this ambition. At least that is one of the key challenges that we experience at the REA, interacting with our developers. a particular developer kept saying that it's difficult to source talent, it's difficult to train talent, it's difficult to retain talent, right? So we saw that that was a huge gap, and we started engaging the sector and thought of bringing up a program called the Next Gen Resco program. So far, it has proven successful. The first cohort, we've trained 131 Nigerians that we've placed in respective renewable energy service companies. We're planning the second cohort. We're partnering with the UNDP. We're partnering with the NAPTIN. And we believe that this will be the talent pool for our energy transition, right? Also, we have 480 female stem cell students that benefited from the EEP projects that we have in the universities. Sorry, EEP, for those that don't know, is the Energizing Education Program. We want at some point for that to evolve into the first Africa Renewable Energy University. You would notice that whatever it is that Nigeria does has an African focus because we think that we could be a regional leader in renewable energy, and we need to include that in our programming. Next, please. These are the pictures from the first cohort. Next slide. So we're down to the last slide. So what does the future look like? So we'll continue to develop projects and programs that move the needle forward, that engage the ecosystem, right? But this isn't something that we can do alone. I believe all hands need to be on deck for us to meet these ambitious targets that we've set for ourselves, that the government has set for us as well. We are exploring different funding windows, as I mentioned, setting up the project preparation facility and partnering with different classes of financiers. It's also something that is very critical for us because we believe that's the only way for us to achieve sustainable energy access. We've standardized and harmonized our technical standards so as there is no ambiguity as to what constitutes technically sound projects, removing technical risk from the equation. Regulatory enhancement is also another key thing. I did mention that under the DARES project, we have the first set of interconnected mini-grids that we conducted reverse auction for, right? With the support of the Rocky Mountain Institute, we did the project preparation, we developed the project, and then invited the private sector to bid on those projects. One of the key things that came out of that when we sounded the market is that the 1 megawatt limit on the mini grid was something that was holding back a lot of the investment going in. So we engaged the regulator and sought derogation of regulation on these particular 40 sites that I mentioned. It's about 180 megawatts, right? And we got that derogation of regulation with the promise that it's going to be a test bed for the regulator to work on an omnibus sandbox regulation that gives us a regulatory regime that is very clear on distributed renewable energy beyond 1 megawatt. So we're keeping our fingers crossed. Engagement has been very high, and the outlook is very bright. So we expect more of these sort of engagements with the regulator and policymakers to ensure that the policies and regulations that come out of this end up being supportive of the scale of investments required for us to solve this problem. We're not going to solve the problem doing less than 1 megawatts here, 1 megawatts there. We need to aggregate scale, and we need to do that through the support of industry, policy, academia, and everyone here, which is why I believe, as my final point, the colloquium that was set up here today is quite important. And it's something that must endure if at all we're supposed to address this energy access challenge. Thank you for your time, everyone.
Please, let's keep clapping. Thank you so much. I think that in an event like this, there's something I like to call the power combo. The keynote and the panels. Everything else, I think, is just to fill the agenda. I think you would agree with me that that was a worthy keynote address for this event. Another round of applause for our speaker, please. So we're about to move into the second part of our power combo. Let me talk about one combo that I am a part of. So our moderator for our first panel this evening and I are somewhat of a power combo when it comes to events like this. I anchor and he moderates. So I can tell you that you're in for a fantastically coordinated conversation. Are you excited? We're not tired, are we? Are we tired? Awesome. So our first panel for this event today is titled Energy Transition for Sustainable Development in Africa. And to moderate this panel, I'd like to call on Owame Ariwi, who is the Group Head, Transaction Banking and Corporate Solutions. Please let's make him feel welcome as he comes on stage. He will be introducing his well-curated list of panelists. I should also mention that the other thing I love about panels is this is the time you've been listening. This is time to get all your questions in. So he will also be taking questions towards the end of the panel. Please welcome him.
Thank you very much, Uti. Yes, it's still morning, and good morning to all our wonderful guests at this colloquium. We have limited time, so we'll try and make it as punchy as possible and drive right through it. So largely, it's important to just, try and build on, some of the things that have been said already in the room. The keynote address was powerful. Thank you very much, sir, for that. I'll be stealing a lot of your points, so don't feel a certain way. But when you look at the theme for today's event, which is Beyond the Grid, right? And it focuses on unlocking new frontiers in renewable energy. That resonates in a special way for me, with a few unique insights as well. You think about leveraging cutting-edge technology. You also think about integration of smart systems. And of course, like you mentioned, sir, the policy framework, which it should be deliberately supportive and focus on expanded reach, efficiency, and reliability of clean energy sources. So to start this panel discussion, I'd like to invite my esteemed guests, subject matter experts, who will be doing a lot of justice to our panel discussion topic, which is energy transition and sustainable development in Africa. So join me as I welcome Mr. Alex Osho, who's the Group Chief Operating Officer from Walter Smith Group. A round of applause, please. Thank you for the energy. If you want a powerful session, you have to power us up off the grid. Thank you, Alex. You can just have a seat. Next, I'd like to welcome Omobola Omofaye, the General Manager, Renewable Energy Division of LPV Technologies. A round of applause for her. Thank you. The energy, I can see some people not clapping, and I will call them out if I need to. Thank you very much. We need all the energy. We are talking energy here. Next, we will ask Chineye Ajayi, who is the Managing Associate of Olaniwo Ajayi LP, to join us. Thank you very much as you make your way to the stage. And our fourth panelist, who is the Managing Partner, Brookfield Africa, and Senior Advisor, GET Invest. I'd like to welcome Olaomi Olatunji to join us. A round of applause. Thank you very much. Very powerful audience. Okay, and of course, Owame will be on the panel as well. Okay. No, it's fine. So I'll try and stay in the middle. So I have Mr. Alex. Yeah, blessed among women, I can see, but I'm sure you'll be fine. Okay. Starting off, you can't help but ponder, when you try to balance out a unique paradox. So today, you find out that there's vast renewable potential. We've talked about solar, we've talked about hydro, we've talked about windmills, we've talked about different things. But you still find out versus a fossil fuel dependent Africa. Reliance, dependency, and almost energy poverty. It just puts you in a spot that wonder, how did we get here and how do we get out? So we would start with icebreaker questions to sort of like get a feeler of the room and get the panelists, poised for this, and also the audience. And I remember the last slide from the keynote speaker talked about the future. So I'd like to start, and I probably will start with Chineye from that wing, projecting into 2030, at which point we expect that the Africa Energy Transition Program would have taken giant strides. What would be your ideal future, your ideal picture of success? Yes, so we need mics. Have you got one? Okay, so we just pass it on.
Okay. Good morning, everyone, and it's a pleasure to be here. And when it comes to everything around energy is an area that I'm very, very passionate about. So speaking to that question about what success looks like for energy access or energy transition by 2030. Now, I wouldn't, typically, we all know that energy transition talks about, moving from fossil fuel to cleaner energy. But I like to see energy transition from a different perspective, because the real question is, what's the goal of the transition? What's the goal of the movement? The idea for me, the goal, I believe, is that just like we've heard through the series of the goodwill messages we've heard before, that energy transition is ensuring that every child in the remote village, right, wherever they are, able to read their books at night. We have healthcare facilities working optimally without losing lives because power is out. We also have businesses and industries running optimally. So energy transition is not just about movement of or changing the type of fuel or infrastructure. It's really about ensuring that on three basic pillars, which I'd like to describe as the pillars of energy security, which is availability, accessibility, and affordability, is critically examined. And, we get to a point where essentially all of this is achieved. That is what a real energy transition for me means. So success, in summary, really is getting to a point where, yes, we transition to cleaner fuels, which is something I advocate for. But beyond that, we also ensure that the goal, which is energy security, is achieved at the same time. So that's what I regard as success by 2030.
Thank you very much, Chineye. I would like to, so I'm not sure if you have a mic, Mola. All right. Right, so we'll just come across your way. Same question, different answer, different perspective.
Good morning, everyone. It's great to be here. So to just go right into your question, I would say energy transition, and a successful one for us in our continent by 2030. What it means for me is one that is practical and also inclusive. So So we start from energy access. For everyone to have access to clean energy. Then the second thing will be reliable. Is one thing to have access to energy, and is another thing for the energy to also be reliable for use. So for me, having a successful energy transition will be having access to energy and having reliable energy for use, either by small businesses, communities, corporate, industries for driving productive use. Then the third will also be around affordability. We want access to energy, we want reliable energy, but if we have the access and the energy is reliable and is not affordable, then it's also going to create a hurdle for people not to have the required access to it, for them to use it optimally. So I talk about reliability and affordability around energy. And the third will be around having that energy to drive industrial growth or economic outcome. So in a nutshell, for us to see energy or perceive it as successful by 2030 is not just one component that is driving it, but it cuts across access, reliability, affordability, then productivity, and also having that energy available to drive economic outcomes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A multifaceted approach there for you. I hear impact. When I put all of those words together, what I hear is impact, which is similar to what, what drives, the Sterling Bank conversation. So thank you very much for that. Allow me, can we hear your thoughts?
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. I mean, I do agree with my co-panelists, because when we say we're successfully transited, I think that we need to be able to see and feel that impact, beyond policy documents, saying that this is what we want to achieve. And if we think about the Nigerian energy transition plan, we're saying that we want 30% of our energy to be from renewable energy sources. And for that to happen, I saw the keynote speaker earlier said $23 billion will be needed, for us together. And, 2030 is just 5 years from now. So you begin to say that for us to achieve and get that kind of investment, we need to build projects that are able to mobilize the right kind of capital, that are bankable and are investment ready. So energy transition will be when we are able to achieve this, bridge that financing gap and reach, the rural areas that need access to energy, whether through solar home systems or different ways. So yes, we need affordable energy. We need to see that, okay, if a rice mill, for instance, decides to move from diesel to renewable energy, is saving costs. So that's where affordability comes in. It can now, they can now take that funding and divert it to maybe growing their operations or hiring more staff. You can see that that's impacting the everyday person, impacting their employees. So if you think about that in the different spheres, you're able to see that it's about the people. It's about how everyday man on the street, how the businesses, the SMEs, the industries are able to see this energy transition. Now we actually have access to energy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. How does this trickle down to everyday life? How does this touch the man on the street, the farmer on the farms? How does it touch everybody? And that is very, very interesting. Thank you so much. Alex, I'd like to come to you now. Same question, your views.
First of all, thank you very much, Sterling, for this opportunity. Glad to be here. And of course, it's always, it's a bit of a curse of being the last person to speak, because I can simply just summarize what everybody else has said and be done with it. Because I agree fully with all my fellow panelists. It's all about improving energy access and all of that. If I were to dimension that, I think of it from a micro and a macro perspective. The micro perspective is, I think a lot of the panelists have covered that in terms of how it affects the day-to-day living, people access to, energy on a day-to-day basis on a micro level, as well as SMEs. The macro is perhaps, from my perspective, more important because that's how you lift people out of poverty. In Africa, we're suffering from significant energy poverty, which of course has translated into, actual real poverty, just in point of view of our level of industrialization. And the only way to change that is to industrialize. And then what happens with that is you then create wealth and lift people out of poverty. And from my perspective, it's been able to achieve that in a sustainable manner. When I think about Nigeria as an example, I would define success as a gas-led, transition. 5 years is very, very close. And because we're starting from a low base, from a perspective of having literally nothing, I like to think that we need to have a more realistic set of targets, which I would say can be translated into a bankable national transition plan. Right, and I think we're on the way to that on that journey because there's a lot of drive, along the lines of CNG, LNG, and just gas powering our development. And I think that's an area that we need to certainly focus on. Another point that I think I haven't heard across the panel is also just access to clean cooking, for example. Which, if you look at the demographic of Nigeria, there's need to focus on that area as well. How we can also again have access, get access to clean cooking. That's an area of security and also an area of health, really, for especially the rural environment. So there are dimensions that I would like to define success by. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the audience, I'd like to just request that you give the panel a round of applause for this first round of questions. I think we've seen different perspectives. I like the view around, deflecting a bit from the micro, and then focusing on the macros. And Alex does make a good point around industrialization, and probably leveraging gas as probably the first opportunity to actually take us to that El Dorado, if I may use that term to describe it. But he also said something about being the last to speak. So I'm going to allow him be the first to speak on this next round of questions. Let's give him the advantage. And Alex, you work for a company. You work out of the Walter Smith Group. Typically, because of the nature of your business, refining crude, people may always be tempted to wonder, what conversations from a renewable energy perspective, you would bring to the table. But I know that in gas transition, right, and what we've termed this question is bridge or lock in. Walter Smith is scaling modular gas to power from 30 megawatts to 300 megawatts. How does this roadmap support Nigeria's transition? And what are your plans to bringing, building a renewable portfolio?
Okay, thank you very much for making me the first to speak this time around. Well, I guess one point to first address is the point you made about energy companies, or let me say oil and gas companies in this conversation. I think the reality is that you can't have that conversation without energy companies in the room. And I think if you look at it, the world over, energy companies are actually driving the narrative in the transition as well. And for us as Walter Smith, it's a core part of our vision and our strategy to drive that transition and drive that the change in the energy mix. The other perspective really also is that the overall growth in energy consumption is going to be accelerated in Africa, in Nigeria specifically, because we have a younger population on the average compared to elsewhere in the world. So as you have increase in energy consumption as a whole, what you find is that you don't necessarily have a reduction in any one segment all the segments are actually increasing. What you then find over time is that relative to previous years, you want to have a relative increase in the contribution of renewable energy in the overall mix. But as on the total basis, there's an overall increase in Africa, across Africa, especially when you compare that to elsewhere in the world. So that's just a generic comment initially. Now, for us at Walter Smith, we have a fairly interesting portfolio of businesses, and I'll just speak about what we're doing in the power sector and the infrastructure sector, because those are things that are complementing our base, our history as an oil and gas company. We've got a power license, like you mentioned. Overall, we have a license for 300 megawatts, which has a grid and off-grid component. What we're doing there is really to power what our long-term vision in infrastructure. We're building an industrial park in the east, which is designed to accommodate companies in the gas space, in the gas-based industries, companies going to do CNG, LNG, fertilizer, just companies that require gas as their feedstock. And what we're doing in that space is also building out an ecosystem that provides all the required hard and soft infrastructure. Of course, starting with gas and then going into power as well. So today we have a rather small installed capacity, but as we expand that over time, we grow that into, over time to 30 megawatt, all the way to 300 megawatts as we expand the industrial park and as we bring in new customers and new tenants into that location. Again, for us, is about using what we have to provide power to industrialize Nigeria, and that's a test case for us. We developed that, and we can replicate that model elsewhere in Nigeria and elsewhere in Africa. And of course, that also dials into our long-term vision in building a portfolio that includes a significant mix of renewable energy. In the past, we've done several CSR projects in the renewable space. One of our facilities at our truck park, for example, is 100% powered by solar. But for us, it's really just part of the learning process, right? Such that over time, like I said earlier, we have a mix of fossil-based business, but also one that is heavily leaned towards the renewable as well. So for us, it's really, like I said earlier, it's really driving industrialization in Nigeria, relying on what we have. One key element of the transition is really energy independence as a country. And as you'll agree with me, that we've got a significant resource base, which we can't let go of. Irrespective of what all the COPs say, COP26 to the next one, we're not going to leave all that in the ground. We're going to use it to develop what we need as a country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I must appreciate you. Thank you for sharing your strategic plans with us. It does give us a very robust view as to what your company has in line, and very intelligent. Thank you so much. I'd like to now move on to allow me from the Get Invest and transition outcomes and market integrity and the development partner view. The question is thus: GET Invest has supported Africa's shift to cleaner energy. What concrete mechanisms are you using to ensure measurable transition outcomes in Africa? And what near-term results should we expect in Nigeria?
Okay, thank you. So the program is called Get Invest. And Get Invest is a European Union program. It runs in Africa and some other regions. And basically what Get Invest does is to mobilize financing for developing nations. And what that means is that we have different lenses or different programs that we're able to achieve this. One of that is what we call the Edge Finance. And what Edge Finance is trying to achieve is to say that we need to mobilize green financing, but in local currency. And we do that by supporting Nigerian banks we've actually banks in Africa, but we're supporting 5 Nigerian banks, and Sterling Bank is actually one of the banks we're supporting. And why is Get Invest doing this? We've seen that we all know that there's this huge gap in financing, but more so there's less money coming from local financiers to finance renewable energy projects. And we think that this stemmed from perception of risk, but local financiers actually they're better placed to support renewable energy project because they understand the market better. Sterling Bank knows Nigeria, and I must commend Sterling Bank for its efforts in supporting renewable energy projects through the various initiatives. So the fact that local banks understand the market, you have access to local currency.
regulatory changes are most urgent, right, to unlock faster energy transition in Africa, and what specific gaps still hold Nigeria back? Yeah, thanks.
Thank you very much. It's interesting that I'm having to be the, I'm taking this question and I find it very strategic because everything that every other person has said will be largely driven by policy, laws and regulation. Take it out, everything is really just going to be, very slow paced. So one of the things we find is that if you want to develop any particular area of the economy, once you have the right policy in that regard, you see that there will be so much traction and improvement. So coming to Nigeria and Africa as a whole, I will start with talking about what the problem is before I go on to talk about what the gaps are and what's possible solution. What I find is that we have a lot of laws in Nigeria. I remember when there was a time I tried keeping track of NEC regulations, to read them up. At a point I lost track because there was so much. So it's really not so much about the laws and regulations, but it's really about how much of those laws have we implemented, right? But nonetheless, I believe we are making traction, but there are still certain things that we can do to drive the energy transition. So the first I will talk about is in the relation to incentives. I was reading the Inflation Reduction Act of the United States of America, and I was very impressed with the creative ways they had targeted incentives towards renewable energy. I'm not just talking about the general framework of, say, we all aware about of the pioneer status that is given to renewable energy and other innovative sectors. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about very specific. So, for instance, one of the things the Inflation Reduction Act provides for is tax credits for organizations or for even private organizations or corporate organizations that imbibe renewable energy. So if you can install a solar in your house, one of the things you can get is that you're allowed to deduct the cost of that infrastructure over a period of years. In fact, the interesting part of it is that even if where the cost of your system exceeds your tax liability, the government will pay you. Just imagine having that kind of regulatory framework in Nigeria, what that would do. Everybody will be incentivized to get it, even if the cost is kind of high. Another point, again, is that just picking up from what Mobola had said about the cost of taking up these systems is really expensive, because even if you go to the financiers, interest rate is high. I've spoken to people that they're interested in spreading it, but by the time they get to the bank, it doesn't make commercial sense. So one of the things I believe that can be done from the regulatory point of view is to have a scenario where you have, if a financial institution that is giving out loans to renewable energy, can they get some level of waivers, tax reduction, so that would then translate into reduced interest rates that people can take benefit of, right? In fact, there are lots of them. There's recently the net billing regulation. I don't know how many of us have heard about that with NERC. I find that very impressive. And if properly implemented, will drive renewable energy. Just for sake of those who may not understand, net billing is where a scenario where, as a consumer, I'm able to sell power to the distribution companies, right? At least within the current framework of what we have. So imagine having that implemented. It means I'm incentivized to build a solar system in my house, because I know if I not just build what is enough for me, but even something that is excess, right? So that I can sell. In fact, it's actually a business model. People can just build, or rather construct solar plants or whatever renewable energy solution just to sell. Another one I find very worrying, particularly for me, is the fact that we have what we call the Power Consumer Assistance Fund. Because however way we look at it, there are certain people in this country, out of the 86 million people, that afford electricity, no matter how much you try to do it. It is completely inaccessible. So we have to take cognizance of this kind of people and set up frameworks to support them. I was doing a research once some time back, and I found a country. What they did was, for those hard to reach areas, the government actually absorbs the cost of this project. They then have an annual budget line for replacing capital costs. So what the members of the community then do is that whatever they are made to pay certain amount of money for the power, is used for operation and maintenance. And that usually, so the huge cost, the capital cost and capital replacement is a budget line item. And then operation and maintenance is then what is funded by the community. Again, these are things that legal frameworks can support. Then we also have the Climate Change Act. Like I said, is a long list, but I'll just try to keep it very, very brief. The Climate Change Act is one that I see, if properly implemented with the, the carbon pricing and what I also like to call the renewable energy certificates. This is something that my organization, Olaniwa Ajayi, has been, we've been championing in terms of helping renewable energy developers get extra funding, right, from the renewable energy they already generate. So think about it. You're generating electricity. So in addition to the tariff, you're also getting monies, right, for the environmental attributes that you are putting out there. Now, this is something that we're trying to push for some time, but it's one thing to have it as a commercial initiative, but it's another thing to have a legal framework that supports and sponsors it. So I expect that, the Climate Change Act is fully implemented so that we have actual working legal frameworks that can enhance carbon trading, renewable energy certificates, and this is an extra source of income to reduce the cost of renewable energy projects. So I can go on and on, but what I want to end with is a framework that allows for a lot of collaboration. I'm quite concerned that with the decentralization of the electricity markets, particularly with states, I hear the great things that REA is doing, but I hope we know that with the decentralization framework, now that may just sit at the federal level, or maybe for states that don't already have their state laws. What happens to other states that have now taken full responsibility? What happens to those people who can't access electricity in those states, right? So I believe that as much as we have decentralized systems, we need to have an harmonized system so that we ensure that the development is not focused on one area but across board. But again, I'll stop here and then hope that we get to discuss more. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was so full of information and detail. I'm tempted to ask if, first of all, before the audience asks questions, I'm tempted to ask if any members of the panel will want to just add a thing to, what Chineye has said, particularly from the legal framework side. I know I could almost hear allow me say something. Yeah, I'm sure she wants to add a point. Shall I allow you?
Or maybe just to buttress where you talked about the RECs, so carbon credits and how developers are able to gain access to some alternative financing, from carbon finance. So I think it's very important where you are able to use the fact that you're like some sort of offset to gain credit for your business. So it's like an alternative revenue source, and it's very useful, for those developers to gain access to here.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for the panelists. Second round of questions, and it looks like we've been here for a long time. But thank you very much for all the insights shared. But the beauty of it is that for these sort of conversations, it's never complete without the audience, asking questions, making comments. So at this point, before we move on to the next round of questions, I'd like to check the room. Would there be any contributions, questions? I'm sure there are. I saw a lot of, engagement from people on their seats, almost answering the questions for us. So happy to take comments and questions at this time from the audience. Chineye talked about incentives at one of the, so maybe we need to give an incentive for questions. I don't know. Okay. All right. I have one question too. Yes, when it rains, it pours. Okay, so that's one question. All right, and so maybe when you ask the questions, you could just tell us, your name, what organization you work for, and who you would want to answer the question on the panel.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ogunkoya Miriam, and I work with the Lagos State Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources as the Renewable Energy Desk Officer. So basically, my question, is it question or partnership question is to allow me. The Honorable Commissioner mentioned some of the projects that we are doing at the ministry level in terms of ensuring that the adoption of renewable energy within the state is being rapidly scaled up. So I would like to ask, would you like us to have some level of conversation in terms of marrying financiers, project developers with your DFIs?
Absolutely, absolutely. So we work primarily with corporate, private sector, but I know that a lot of your projects will be with developers in the private sector. So I'm really happy for us. So we'll probably take this conversation after the panel. Thank you.
For connecting the dots. That's a very good one. Thank you. There's a gentleman who had raised his hand. Yes. Can you pass the mic over to him? Your name and your organization.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is George Chimodoko. I work for Marine Platforms. We provide subsea services. My question and also contribution is all about, how, green energy can be transmitted or extended to the maritime industry. So there's a saying that the greenest energy is the energy you don't use in the first place. So it's all about efficiency first. So how are we managing the current energy that we're generating? And of course, when you're generating energy, to make it clean, you have to reduce, your carbon footprint and reduce your greenhouse emission. So what services, can be provided to the maritime industry, either at the ports or supporting the vessels generally? Thank you.
So I reckon you don't have a specific person to answer, so they could all, okay. All right, so who would want to go first?
Okay, I can.
Okay, right, Jenna.
Yes, I was just going to say that your question just presents a new dimension of opportunity when it comes to renewable energy. I'm sure perhaps many people haven't thought about the marine space or sector when it comes to that. And again, back to my initial point around legal and regulatory policies driving, again, I believe we have a lot of regulators or government workers here, one way that can take this message back. Let's assume we have a policy, for instance, or a regulation or some law that provides that certain aspect of marine business will be supported by renewable energy. The moment you have that, all attention will move to that sector, right? So what I see is that, again, I just to portray your question, I believe there are opportunities. There's really no sector that can't take benefit of renewable energy. But then it starts with having targeted, because I believe what we have right currently is a lot of general. We may then begin to drill down to what are specific sectors we want to drive, and then begin to make policies that are specific to those sectors, and then that would then attract the right attention. Just one more thing I wanted to add on that point as well is that beyond the specific things I've talked about, there's also the larger macroeconomic issues, things like security, foreign exchange. These are the bigger issues that investors are bothered about, right? And so regulation and policies can also bring the right kind of change that will make it attractive for the right kind of investors. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Alex, would you want to first? Okay.
All right. Thank you very much for your question. I think that question is timely, and it also sort of opens up opportunities for here in Nigeria. But I would say in the last 3-4 months, the conversations that we've been having around the marine sector is outside of Nigeria, Central Africa and Zambia. They are looking at critically providing solar solution to support the operation. And I think that we need to start it here in Nigeria to see how we can solve for that. But I believe very much that renewable energy, the solar itself, is adequate if it's properly sized to understand your load profile, to also cater for all your energy demands. If it's properly sized, it can support your operation, support your ESG goals, and also help you around adoption of clean energy, and ultimately to drive down your OPEX cost around the existing energy mix that you have now. You talked about efficiency. For me, I believe that if you need to introduce renewable energy into your existing energy mix, we should drive for reliability and overall efficiency. And I know that cost is also a thing. We should also solve for that, that if you have that introduced, it will definitely drive down your operational costs. Thank you.
Hello?
Thank you. Any more contributions?
Yes, please.
All right, okay, thank you.
Kinde Adegoke is my name. Good day, all. I want to know in concrete terms, because there have been no talk shop, no of this type, that just talk and leave. What I want to know, what in concrete terms the Sterling Bank is doing to ensure that this doesn't become another talk show. How do you now concretize this thing, Colloquium, to ensure that we achieve energy efficiency in Nigeria? Then two, $223 billion dollar is expected, to achieve this renewable energy. How much is Sterling Bank ready to provide for government and investors? Thank you. Kinde Adegoke is my name once again.
Thank you very much, sir, for your question. Right. So, that question is not for the panel. It's for the bank. So, on behalf of the bank, I would take a stab at it, but I have I have other people in the room that want to contribute. So today, right, this is the first of its kind. Sterling Bank, I'm not aware that, I don't know of any other financial institution that's been able to put this together, pulling this quality of subject matter experts, picking this particular topic and actually ensuring that we have the right conversation. So that's the first thing that we've done. Secondly, we've also, and I don't know if you're quite aware, but Sterling Bank is driven by, we have an initiative that touches on 5 key sectors, right? That's the heart sector, healthcare, education, agriculture, renewables, and transport. And we've been at this for a number of years. We've been able to raise financing for all of these sectors. We work with development finance institutions to raise this sort of concessionary funding, and it is passed on to our customers across different cadres. We've done this with a couple of DFIs. I may not be at liberty to mention these names now, but currently we're working with 2 very specific DFIs that are even consolidating with other partners to raise a huge amount of money that cuts across all of these. Now, if I were to split the amount of money that we're looking to raise across all of these sectors, I would say roughly that 23 billion that you mentioned, which is the gap, the financing gap that we have, Sterling Bank should be able to do about 10-15% of that over the next couple of years. So I'm hoping that gives you the right comfort that this is not just in quote a talk shop. I think that at Sterling, what we've done over the last couple of years is to walk the talk. The social impact, which is where we focus, healthcare, education, renewables, and agriculture, they're not money-making ventures. They're not spinners of money. There's not a lot of profit there. So for us to want to, put our capital in those particular sectors, then it's for social impact. It's about ensuring that the economy and the environment is better at the end of the day. So, having said that, I don't know if there are any other comments from my colleagues to add to that, but I think I've done justice in responding to your inquiries. Okay, and I think, okay, in addition to it, I think microphone. So an extra mic in the room. Yes, we'll come to you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Akin Adegoke. Of course, my colleague has already given you some more specific numbers. I'm sure you are interested in the number. But one thing is very important, and that is the fact that we're a single institution, and I speak for Sterling now. There is only so much that a single institution can do. We've elevated our role to doing a lot more than ourselves as a single institution by creating an ecosystem platform. And that is why you are in this room today, because it's a system. So we are always focused on system solutions, things that enable the rest of the ecosystem, other players, other partners. You know, I'm sure if you follow, even as this panel was going on, a representative from the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources was already forming some alliance with one of our panelists. Beyond this room, we may not know how that would effectively or in concrete terms go, but we are already sure that we've enabled some interaction there, right? So if you trace that conversation that they will subsequently have, it may lead to a $100 million, a $500 million project over the next number of years. If you are aware of that, you can tag that back as a contribution from Sterling, because this is the platform within which that conversation started, right? So that is for us one of the key areas to enable the ecosystem, to bring parties together while we on our own continue to do whatever it is that we can do, you know, using our own balance sheet and our initiatives. I hope that is very comforting in addressing your question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause, please, for the room. So we have, I can take 2 more questions. I think we have yes, we have a customer here. Maybe we should take that first, then we'll wrap up with you.
Good day again. My name is Faith, and I work for Ignite Energy Access. So my question goes to Chineye. You know, when you spoke, some of your comments you made, you started with there are some laws, policies, frameworks, and if well implemented, and I know one of them was the net bidding. I've seen how it works outside Nigeria, and it's really beautiful. My question is, and if there's any policymaker here, I think you can also answer. There are a lot of things in the works. For how long would they be in the works? And what's holding it, or what makes it delay from design to implementation or execution? So I don't know if you have answers for the policies you mentioned, if you know anything about implementation or how long it would take to implement, and if there are any policymakers in the room to answer that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Chineye, before you go, let's just take the other question so you can take them in one swoop, and then we'll take our cross-cutting questions to wrap up the panel. We've done close to an hour, so hope you don't mind.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Oliver Idozeduru from Sterling Bank. Okay, I would like to start by saying, because I'm involved because I'm a staff of Sterling Bank. As an addendum to what my colleagues have said, Sterling Bank, well, there are 2 things involved. The monetary aspect of it, which is about 23 billion naira, and $23 billion, sorry, and the awareness, the non-monetary factor, which is why all of us are here. Sterling Bank had set the pace by creating this awareness, which I'm not sure anybody has mentioned here. Secondly, projects of this magnitude usually involve what we call private-public partnership, PPP. We should also look beyond relying solely on Sterling Bank to avail to make provision for this $23 billion and look out foreign direct investors that want to engage in PPP kind of projects. So at the end of the day, we'll be able to achieve this within this stipulated time frame. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks for adding to the conversation, and I think you do make a very a valid point around how this will be like a collaboratory effort. As against relying on one financial institution. Chine, the question from the lady on the floor.
Thank you very much for that question, and I do share your concern as well. I would say that the major cause for the lack of implementation that we see within the sector is the political will to do certain things. It's not as though we don't know what to do, but sometimes we've seen scenarios where there's a government policy. Once there's a few steps towards implementation, some interest, you have clamor here and there. A very good and very common example is when we talk about tariffs in Nigeria. We know that going by the regulations, tariffs are meant to be reviewed every 5 years, I think, to reflect inflation rates and all of that. But how much of that has been done, right? So there's a place for political, which is one of the reasons why we have slow implementation. But specifically for the net billing one, I would like us to give NERC a benefit of that, because that just came off about a few weeks ago, right? And I understand that it's currently being reviewed and there are discussions around it. We're hopeful that it will eventually get implemented. But I think the bigger issue is we need to have government officials in particular now, since it's a policy point, that are driven, that are making up their mind to, beyond just having these things on paper, to do what it takes. I like to say that the major problem of the Nigerian power sector, indeed Africa as a whole, is not lack of technology or finance or skill set, it's the people. Because people drive laws, people drive systems, people drive projects. If you can have people who are passionate, who understand this problem, are ready to do what it takes. I was really very impressed when I heard the REA, the keynote speech. This is about people who are really determined to do the work. Because take away laws, even if the laws are very minimal, if you have people that are determined to do the work, whether there are laws on it, they'll find a way to get the work done. So again, to everyone in the room, we all have our roles to play. It's not just about government. If everyone can do what they need to do within their relevant spaces, I believe that we can move the needle. I hope that helps. Yes, thank you.
Round of applause. I think she did justice to that. Well done. So as we close up, right, because we've run out of time,
Hello.
Unfortunately. Yes, sir.
Sorry, I had something in my mouth.
Thank you.
The question she asked, being a policymaker representing the Honorable Minister of Power, she asked a question that has to do with policy. And I think it would be unfair for me not to attempt to answer.
Absolutely unfair.
Even though I'm not the Honorable Minister. I had already mentioned when I was in the introductory remarks we had, when the MC urged us to speak, everyone to speak. Government always have a pool of options. Okay, if you go through our renewable energy and energy efficiency policy, we had a list of instruments which include the tax credit, investment credit, the net metering, and renewable energy purchase obligations, the renewable energy certificates. These are all the instruments that can drive the deployment or the implementation of renewable energy. And having a pool of these options, capital subsidies, import duty waivers, a lot of them. And government is picking on these policies. Good enough, she also provided one of the solutions, which is a bit of advocacy. The policy itself, we formulated the policy because of advocacy, which I had already made mention of it. The Renewable Energy Association of Nigeria advocated for it, and the government saw the need for developing that policy. The feed-in tariff instrument, a lot of instruments are in that policy, which government does implement. Recently, in the Renewable Energy, in the Electricity Act, which was amended, signed in 2023, there was one of that policy, renewable purchase obligation, which was included in that law. Why did we pick on this? A bit of advocacy. Now, we started first with the capital subsidy, which the Rural Electrification Agency is implementing. Why did we start with the capital subsidy? Capital subsidy, government saw the need, or there was a bit of a study that showed that if you implement capital subsidy, you are going to leverage like 90%. If you put in 10%, you will get 90% from the private sector. That was massive. And I believe from the presentation he has made today, you will see that government just put in about 1 billion. But what gets involved into that sector, if we are to discover, to see the real impact, to discover, Sterling Bank is one of them. They can testify to that, how much they have put into the sector, the lenders, the developers, how much money has come into that sector now is so massive. So it was proven that capital subsidy could actually go a far way in bringing in other financing into the sector. And that is why government prioritized capital subsidy at the initial time. When we're talking about the issue of import duty waivers, and import duty waivers, we saw that, okay, if we give import duty waiver, how are we going to track the implementation? How are we going to track the benefits? But you could also see from his presentation that with the waiver that we have on solar cells, we're having a lot of import of solar cells now, and the manufacturing is being encouraged here now. So we are doing a lot of manufacturing now. So it's based on advocacy. And good enough, I had mentioned it as if I had known that your question was going to come. This is one of the feedback avenues, feedback platforms that informs government decisions to choose which of the instruments to implement. If we start with renewable energy credit schemes, how is it going to affect the environment? How quickly can it give us the results? So government always take that kind of advocacy. Where you have think tanks that could always feed government with genuine studies to prove the benefit of those policy instruments, government is definitely going to implement those policy instruments. But listed in our policy, we have a pool of options, but which one should we implement? It depends on when there's an advocacy like this, or there are studies to prove that these are the impacts. So thank you.
Thank you very much. I like the way you put the icing on the cake for that. So as we plan to close, I mean, this is a wrap up. We've had the questions go around the panels. We've had engagements from the audience as well. I'd just like to go around the panelists, basically just asking, that wrap up question, what is that most single or the most urgent call to action that you believe Africa must pursue now to put the continent firmly on the path of a sustainable and just energy transition? I'd start with my gentleman on the right, and then we'll just flow this way.
Okay, when you mentioned just energy transition, you put me on a very different plane of thinking. And that one action that I would say that Africa has to do is to keep on drilling. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alex. Allow me.
Yeah, so I think I agree. The one thing that we need to do is just to keep on moving and keep on pushing, because if we see the big picture of what we want to reach in terms of energy transition, we don't want anybody left behind. So yes, we need to keep on moving.
Thank you very much. Amawala?
Yeah, on the back of what my co-panelists have said, I would just think that the future of energy cannot just be built on a single model, but it has to be all-encompassing, public-private partnerships, collaborations amongst all the key stakeholders, utilities, developers, EPCs, solar players, and everybody that matter across the value chain to ensure that we can actually build a sustainable and future for renewable energy. Then I would also like to talk about energy mix, having the right energy mix and having a reliable one that can drive industrial goods. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Chineye?
Yeah, thank you. So I would just, at the back of what the Minister of Power had just said, a lot is being done. We need to multiply it really quickly. When the presentation was made, he said that one of the information he provided was that Africa or Nigeria's population is increasing by 3%, but energy access is increasing by 1.1%. So a lot of work is being done very quick, but we need to multiply it so that we can exceed or rather match up at the very least with the population growth. We need to map out the key drivers and then drive policies that are targeted to those drivers to ensure that we see the right kind of growth and impact. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's been close to an hour. Yes, you can clap. You can clap. I think the panel has just done justice to this. Healthy conversation, strong call to action. I'm positive about many more years of the colloquium, going from 25 to 26 to 27 and on and on and on. And you've been an amazing panel. Thank you so much. And the crowd and the audience, you've been, exciting, engaging, and looking forward to more of such events. And I'd like to say good afternoon to everybody. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. If we can just take pictures, please. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we can encourage them with a round of applause. And while they're taking their pictures, I would also like to invite Dr. Jeku to please present our gifts for our panelists. If you can please join them. Thank you. Panelists, if you can just hold on a second so we can just present you your gifts. Thank you. Just move to the side. No. Just hand it. No, each one is the same. Thank you. Another round of applause for our panel, please. Ladies and gentlemen, I think you will agree that that panel discussion was indeed enriching. So when I talked about the power combo, do you agree? Can I get a show of hands? Oh, wow. Thank you. We're going to be moving on now to our tea break. We're going to have 20 minutes before we do this, for us to do this so that we can try and maximize the time that we have left. Whilst we're doing that, we will also be showing some of our partner videos. This event could not have been done without them. And we just want to take the opportunity to acknowledge some of them. We'll acknowledge some of them as we go on. But a round of applause, please, for Walter Smith. Thank you. They made this possible. For Blue Camel. For A Solar. Let's keep clapping. For Kore. And for Imperium. They're solving real problems and made this colloquium possible in partnership with Sterling Bank. So we thank you very much. So ladies and gentlemen, we will break now for tea break. As you step out of the main hall to your right, the tea break area is there. You'll be directed by the ushers. I do please want to implore you that we do keep to the 20 minutes so that we can get back and get back to our agenda for our second panel discussion. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. You've been a wonderful audience.
The climate of banking is shifting, stirring up fresh innovations. Yet in this crowded kitchen of finance, Sterling remains a Michelin star chef, serving a feast of innovations. From the revolutionary alt bank, the non-interest bank.
As the global economy transforms, Africa's industrial future is taking shape. A new foundation is being laid, powered by infrastructure, innovation, and sustainable energy. For investors, partners, and innovators, the opportunity is clear. A live operating platform designed for technology-driven, sustainable growth. The Walter Smith Industrial Innovation Park, spanning 91.2 hectares of purpose-built industrial space, strategically positioned in Imo State, within Nigeria's southeast commercial corridor, is powering Africa's next phase of industrialization. Located in a resource and energy strategic region with direct access to international seaports and airports. The park is a fully operational industrial ecosystem focused on energy, security, and value addition, guided by environmental and social standards. The destination where sustainable energy, advanced manufacturing technology, innovation, and data centers coexist, sharing infrastructure and a collective forward-looking vision. A free trade zone that provides stable and uninterrupted energy access, efficient logistics and transport links, 100% foreign ownership, 24/7 government relations support, full profit repatriation, zero federal and state taxes, import and export duties, a de-risked operating ecosystem engineered for global competitiveness, enabling industries to build, innovate, and export without friction while complying with international ESG best practice. Promoted by Walter Smith, a proudly Nigerian energy and infrastructure group with experience across the energy value chain and a commitment to responsible industrial development. The Integrated Industrial and Innovation Park, Africa's operating model for innovation-driven industrialization. Be part of a future that's unfolding.
In a world rapidly shifting towards cleaner, smarter, and resilient energy system, one company is leading the transition across Africa. Welcome to Blue Camel Energy, powering Africa's future today. Blue Camel Energy is a pioneering renewable energy and sustainability company driving high-impact projects across Nigeria and emerging African markets. From residential homes to large commercial operations, from street lights to electric mobility, we design, deploy, and maintain end-to-end clean energy solutions that improves lives, reduce costs, and accelerates national development. Our mission is simple: provide reliable, affordable, and sustainable power for everyone. Across Nigeria, thousands of households trust Blue Camel for dependable, clean energy. Our projects. For businesses and industries, reliability is everything. Blue Camel Energy has deployed large-scale C&I solar and energy storage systems that reduce diesel dependency and cut operating costs and boost productivity. Our solar street lighting projects across Kano, Kaduna, Lagos, Adamawa, Gombe, and Abuja bring safety, security, and economic activities to the communities. From highways to rural roads, estate to campuses, Blue Camel deploys rugged, high-efficiency, all-in-one street light system built for Nigeria's environment. As Africa moves towards cleaner urban transportation, Blue Camel is at the forefront. Through Camel Mobility, we are building the backbone of the continent's e-mobility ecosystem. EV charging stations, electric vehicle sales and servicing, fleet electrification for businesses, training and certification for EV technicians. We are not just adopting the future, we are engineering it. At Blue Camel Energy, impact is measurable. Reduced carbon emissions, lower energy costs for customers, job creation across the value chain, technology transfer through training and innovation. Our work speaks for itself. High quality, proven technology, and world-class engineering. Whether it's powering homes, energizing industries, lightening communities, or driving electric mobility, Blue Camel Energy is committed to a cleaner, smarter, and more prosperous Africa. Blue Camel Energy, powering Africa's future today.
What if power didn't just mean electricity? What if energy were also about ideas, dreams, and ambitions? What if movement wasn't about engines, but about access, opportunity, dignity? What if the light outside could catalyze the African future? What if Africa stopped looking outward for answers and unleashed its own potential? Not someday, but right now.
We believe that energy is far more than wires and equipment. It's the soul for progress and fuel for the African dream. And when Africa owns her energy, everything else changes.
Homes transform, hustles grow, cities breathe again, and communities rise.
Africa has waited long enough. The future isn't out there, it's right here with us. And we have absolutely everything we need to build it. Clean power, bold thinking, and people-first solutions. This is what Kore is here to do.
What if Africa powered Africa? At Kore Mobility and Energies Limited, we are not just asking the question, we are building the answer. One panel, one vehicle, one future at a time. Kore Mobility and Energies Limited, powering possibility, driving tomorrow. What if power didn't just mean electricity?
Africa's story is one of unwavering resilience, a spirit that endures, a land teeming with life, rising from adversity where hope remains a constant ember. In every heartbeat of this vast continent, there lies a promise of greatness, innovation, and transformation. Across Africa, dreams of empowered communities fill the air. Fertile fields stretch towards horizons brimming with possibility. The future beckons with universal health access, education that unlocks potential, equality for all, and an unwavering commitment to food security and climate action. At Sterling One Foundation, we nurture these dreams through the strength of partnership, turning aspirations into reality. Be part of this transformative journey. Help write Africa's next chapter. Visit onefoundation.ng to explore partnership opportunities and create lasting impact together.
climate of banking is shifting, stirring up fresh innovations. Yet in this crowded kitchen of finance, Sterling remains a Michelin star chef, serving a feast of innovations. From the revolutionary alt bank, the non-interest bank with groundbreaking initiatives, to the community-driven Cafe One, a unique blend of coffee shop, co-working space, and banking on the go. Sterling proves that finance doesn't mean boring. The heart pumps vitality into crucial industries, while Waste Bank turns trash into treasure. Africa's Social Impact Summit, ASIS, co-convened with the United Nations, unites stakeholders to tackle Africa's development issues. Always agile, Sterling was ahead of the curve on remote work, implementing it pre-COVID. When lockdown hit, it was a smooth transition. 5 consecutive years as Nigeria's Great Place to Work Award? That's not just success, that's domination. With CBAS, we're cooking up something extraordinary, a domestic technology stack that will revolutionize how African institutions compete globally in the age of digitization. But this is only just the beginning. One thing is clear for sure. At Sterling, innovation is served fresh, daily. Take one bold step today. Download iInvest and become a shareholder. Bon appétit.
As the global economy transforms, Africa's industrial future is taking shape. A new foundation is being laid, powered by infrastructure, innovation, and sustainable energy. For investors, partners, and innovators, the opportunity is clear. A live operating platform designed for technology-driven, sustainable growth. The Watersmith Industrial Innovation Park, spanning 91.2 hectares of purpose-built industrial space, strategically positioned in Imo State, within Nigeria's southeast commercial corridor, is powering Africa's next phase of industrialization. Located in a resource and energy strategic region with direct access to international seaports and airports, the park is a fully operational industrial ecosystem focused on energy, security, and value addition, guided by environmental and social standards. A destination where sustainable energy, advanced manufacturing technology, innovation, and data centers coexist, sharing infrastructure and a collective forward-looking vision. A free trade zone that provides stable and uninterrupted energy access, efficient logistics and transport links, 100% foreign ownership, 24/7 government relations support, full profit repatriation, zero federal and state taxes, import and export duties, a de-risked operating ecosystem engineered for global competitiveness, enabling industries to build, innovate, and export without friction while complying with international ESG best practice. Promoted by Watersmith, a proudly Nigerian energy and infrastructure group with experience across the energy value chain and a commitment to responsible industrial development. The Integrated Industrial and Innovation Park, Africa's operating model for innovation-driven industrialization. Be part of a future that's unfolding. As the global economy transforms, Africa's industrial future is taking shape. A new foundation is being laid, powered by infrastructure, innovation, and sustainable energy. For investors, partners, and innovators, the opportunity is clear. A live operating platform designed for technology-driven, sustainable growth. The Watersmith Industrial Innovation Park, spanning 91.2 hectares of purpose-built industrial space, strategically positioned in Imo State, within Nigeria's southeast commercial corridor, is powering Africa's next phase of industrialization. Located in a resource and energy strategic region with direct access to international seaports and airports. The park is a fully operational industrial ecosystem focused on energy, security, and value addition, guided by environmental and social standards. the destination where sustainable energy, advanced manufacturing technology, innovation, and data centers coexist, sharing infrastructure and a collective forward-looking vision. A free trade zone that provides stable and uninterrupted energy access, efficient logistics and transport links, 100% foreign ownership, 24/7 government relations support, full profit repatriation, zero federal and state taxes, import and export duties, a de-risked operating ecosystem engineered for global competitiveness, enabling industries to build, innovate, and export without friction while complying with international ESG best practice. Promoted by Walter Smith, a proudly Nigerian energy and infrastructure group with experience across the energy value chain and a commitment to responsible industrial development. The Integrated Industrial and Innovation Park, Africa's operating model for innovation-driven industrialization. Be part of the future that's unfolding.
In a world rapidly shifting towards cleaner, smarter, and resilient energy system, one company is leading the transition across Africa. Welcome to Blue Camel Energy, powering Africa's future today. Blue Camel Energy is a pioneering renewable energy and sustainability company driving high-impact projects across Nigeria and emerging African markets. From residential homes to large commercial operations, from street lights to electric mobility, we design, deploy, and maintain end-to-end clean energy solutions that improves lives, reduce costs, and accelerates national development. Our mission is simple: provide reliable, affordable, and sustainable power for everyone. Across Nigeria, thousands of households trust Blue Camel for dependable, clean energy. Our projects. For businesses and industries, reliability is everything. Blue Camel Energy has deployed large-scale C&I solar and energy storage systems that reduce diesel dependency and cut operating costs and boost productivity. Our solar street lighting projects across Kano, Kaduna, Lagos, Adamawa, Gombe, and Abuja bring safety, security, and economic activities to the community.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to start to welcome you back to take your seats. We will be starting in exactly 5 minutes. So if you can please grab the last bit to eat and please take your seats. Thank you.
Environment. As Africa moves towards cleaner urban transportation, Blue Camel is at the forefront. Through Camel Mobility, we are building the backbone of the continent's.
As the global economy transforms, Africa's industrial future is taking shape. A new foundation is being laid, powered by infrastructure, innovation, and sustainable energy. For investors, partners, and innovators, the opportunity is clear. A live operating platform designed for technology-driven sustainable growth. The Walter Smith Industrial Innovation Park, spanning 91.2 hectares of purpose-built industrial space, strategically positioned in Imo State, within Nigeria's southeast commercial corridor, is powering Africa's next phase of industrialization. Located in a resource and energy strategic region, with direct access to international seaports and airports. full profit repatriation, zero federal and state taxes, import and export duties, a de-risked operating ecosystem engineered for global competitiveness, enabling industries to build, innovate, and export without friction while complying with international ESG best practice. Promoted by Walter Smith, a proudly Nigerian energy and infrastructure group with experience across the energy value chain and a commitment to responsible industrial development. The Integrated Industrial and Innovation Park, Africa's operating model for innovation-driven industrialization. Be part of the future that's unfolding.
The climate of banking is shifting, stirring up fresh innovations. Yet in this crowded kitchen of finance, Sterling remains a Michelin star chef, serving a feast of innovations. From the revolutionary alt bank, the non-interest bank with groundbreaking initiatives, to the community-driven Cafe One, a unique blend of coffee shop, co-working space, and banking on the go. Sterling proves that finance doesn't mean boring. The heart pumps vitality into crucial industries.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have 1 minute to go. If we can please settle down and take our seats, that would be greatly appreciated. Thank you so much.
Development issues. Always agile, Sterling was ahead of the curve on remote work, implementing it pre-COVID. When lockdown hit, it was a smooth transition. 5 consecutive years as Nigeria's Great Place to Work Award? That's not just success, that's domination. With CBAS, we're cooking up something extraordinary. A domestic technology stack that will revolutionize how African institutions compete globally in the age of digitization. But this is only just the beginning. One thing is clear for sure. At Sterling, innovation is served fresh, daily. Take one bold step today. Download iInvest and become a shareholder. Bon appétit. The climate of banking is shifting, stirring up fresh innovations. Yet in this crowded kitchen of finance, Sterling remains a Michelin star chef, serving a feast of innovations. From the revolutionary alt bank, the non-interest bank with groundbreaking initiatives, to the community-driven Cafe One, a unique blend of coffee shop, co-working space, and banking on the go. Sterling proves that finance doesn't mean boring. The heart pumps vitality into crucial industries, while Waste Bank turns trash into treasure. Africa Social Impact Summit, ASIS, co-convened with the United Nations, unites stakeholders to tackle Africa's development issues. Always agile, Sterling was ahead of the curve on remote work, implementing it pre-COVID. When lockdown hit, it was a smooth transition. 5 consecutive years as Nigeria's Great Place to Work Award? That's not just success, that's domination. With CBAS, we're cooking up something extraordinary. A domestic technology stack that will revolutionize how African institutions compete globally in the age of digitization. But this is only just the beginning. One thing is clear for sure. At Sterling, innovation is served fresh, daily. Take one bold step today. Download iInvest and become a shareholder. Bon appétit.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Just 1 more minute for everyone to settle down and make their way back into the hall, and we will kick off. Thank you so much. So whilst we wait for everyone to settle down, our next activity is going to be, again, part of the power combo. As I mentioned, it will be our second panel for this afternoon. And a lot has been said around scaling, financing, de-risking. Now we're going to press into that a little bit more. This second panel is titled Financing and Scaling Green Energy Solutions in Africa. Financing and Scaling Green Energy Solutions in Africa. I think that's a fantastic way to close out our panel sessions for this event. Again, always important when you have a panel to curate a list of subject matter experts, because it's just the best way to learn about the topic, learn a bit more about the event, and also to be able to pick their brains. So, without further ado, I will welcome the moderator for this second panel. He is the president, Renewable Energy Association of Nigeria, and CEO, A4&T Solutions. I think that deserves a round of applause. It's a double whammy. Please join me in welcoming with a warm post-lunch or post-tea break round of applause, Mr. Ayo Ademilua. Please, let's keep clapping. Let's keep clapping.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I know that it's been a long one, but I believe it's worthwhile. So this particular session is the one I term the meat of the entire meal. So I need us to be alert, because the people I'm going to be calling on the podium are the people that are going to incubate together with Sterling Bank to make sure that this money flows. You know, anywhere we have renewable energy service companies, we want to hear how the money is going to flow. You know, all those other things by the way, but when we want to hear how the money will flow. So this afternoon, we're going to be looking into financing and scaling green energy solutions in Africa. And I'm going to be inviting to the stage our panelists for today who will be looking into this for us. The first panelist will be Dr. Olashupo Olusi, MD CEO of Bank of Industry, ably represented by Mrs. Jedilat Ismaila Anyide. Can we give a round of applause for her? She comes to the stage. She is the divisional head, SME Lending, Bank of Industry. You're not clapping. I mean, I believe we've taken you had tea break. So I expect that we can have some energy, you know, around the claps, right? Thank you, please. You're welcome. Now, the second person will be Yishal Banish, that's MD CEO Daystar Power Group. A round of applause for Yishal. I'm sure we all know Daystar. We know what they've been doing, you know, in the sector. Glad to have you, Yishal. So the next person is Dr. Tony Opanachi, MD CEO, Development Bank of Nigeria, DBN, ably represented by Mrs. Lolade Awogbade. She's a sustainability specialist, DBN. And last but not the least, Mr. Abiodun Oni, Fundco Capital Managers Limited. A round of applause for Mr. Abiodun Oni. Nice to see you again, Abiodun. Great round of applause. So, this afternoon, you know, I'm going to be speaking about just before this event. I remember, you could sit, please. Before this event, I remember that I had a conversation with Mr. Sheyi of Sterling Bank, and he was trying to put me on the spot. You know, trying to say that the reason why they want me to moderate this panel is to make sure that they believe that I can ask the hard questions. So if you hear some questions from me today that seems hard, yes, the truth is some of them might come from me, but some were engineered by the host. You get it? That's great. So, but personally, what I want to get out of this panel is, you know, somebody asked the question, Mr. Degoke, I remember I got it right, asked the question, earlier today. The question that Mr. Degoke asked earlier today is the continuous question that most of the attendees at this our event ask. And the question is, we hear the money, but we do not see the money. We hear the money flowing around the industry, but we do not see the money. So please, I want to beg you, panelists, that as you're answering questions today, please tell us practical things that we can achieve, we can get. There are many people in this audience and online that want to hear how it can happen. They don't want theoretical, they just want to know what can really happen. And I'm going to be starting today with Mrs. Jalila Tismaila Ayinde of BOI. BOI, we had a very good chat before this panel. I will not bring the things we discussed. I won't bring it here so that I don't cause problem. Financing remains a major bottleneck because of high capex and affordability limits. How is BOI structuring its products to make green projects bankable and scalable in Nigeria? Do you have a mic? Please let me pass this to her. I have another one.
No, okay. Good afternoon, everyone. At the Bank of Industry adopts a pragmatic and a strategic approach to financing green and renewable energy projects. The bank has adopted 6 thematic areas, and one of the thematic areas in the bank is climate and sustainability, which renewable energy falls under. The bank has, to give it more credibility, the bank has obtained the Sustainable Finance Framework, which gives the bank is able to align to best global best practices in terms of green, social, and sustainable linked kind of financing. The bank also is the is Nigeria's national implementation entity for the adaptation fund. So it's the bank that's the Bank of Industry, is poised to be able to seek financing from these agencies. The certificate we have gives us access to green bonds, green linked financing. And also the bank is able to also build capacity within that sector. So in terms of financing, how does the bank do it? I think that's the big question. So for BOI blends concessional financing. We look at, we blend concessional capital with local currency financing, and also has a DFI, risk sharing tools. So the bank is able to gather capital from financiers outside the country at very low rates to be able then to deploy within the country at competitive and rates lower than you get in the commercial banks. So our focus on our thematic areas has given us the ability to be able to play within this industry, but we can't do it alone. And that was part of the conversation we had. We would need to work with the commercial banks. We would need to work with the regulatory agencies. the developers, the whole ecosystem, we have to collaborate because, as you know, BI is a DFI, is a development finance institution, and we're not deposit banks, so we will still need to work with our partners to be able to deploy financing within this industry. But BOI has all it takes in terms of getting capital from, with what we have with a certification, being the National Implementation Agency of Adaptation Funds, which, gives you access to green, to climate resilient types financing. So I hope that has answered your question.
You've tried. You've tried. I don't want to trouble you much on the first line. So, yeah.
But if you have a follow-up question, if you still need some more clarification.
Okay, great. So, like I said from our question, do you have products that you have structured right now based on these funds that you have, been able to attract, or based on, this position you have being the National Implementation Agency? And honestly, to make people understand that particular status that she just mentioned, it takes a lot of number of years and it takes some pedigree to be able to be that agent that she just said. And it gives access to a lot of climate funds, and I understand it. So do you have structured products that the renewable energy rescos can tap into that can help us to enlarge and expand development of renewable projects in Nigeria? If you have some precise products that you could just give a sample of.
Okay, thank you very much. So the bank, we have groups within the bank that, play within the renewable energy space. So in my division, we have the solar programs, and we also have a group within the large enterprises. So I'm within the MSME, micro, small and medium enterprises directorate, but we also have the large enterprises directorate, which has the climate and sustainability group. So within these two groups, we have, so I would talk about solar. I can also speak about the renewables, climate and sustainability. So we play within the whole space. Solar, hydro, waste management, within the whole ecosystem. So we have partnered with commercial banks, Sterling One, where we have on-lending facilities. We have with FCMB. We have, we're also working on some products. In terms of the adaptation fund, we being the national Nigeria's national implementation entity, we just got that certificate like less than 2 3 months ago. We've worked, like you said, it takes a lot. We've been working on it for so many years, and finally we have this. But we have, I don't want to let the cat out of the box because we're still working on, we have some programs we're working with some federal agencies to be able to deepen our penetration, especially in terms of rural electrification, in terms of scaling solar, not just installation. We're heavy also on the manufacturing, on local content. So there are a lot of things they're working on at the moment, and before next year, or before the next year, I'm talking about this 2026 would have so many stories, but please we talk a lot. You would definitely be informed. But like I said, right now, we do have specific relationships with the banks. We have bespoke programs that we're actually working on right now to be able to, scale up the presence within the renewable space. Thank you.
A round of applause for Mrs. Ismaila Ayinde. Just to recap what she has said, she's given commitment that they're working right now on some products that will be ready within a year from now that would help us to get more deployment done. I'll be moving
less
to
than a year. I would say less
I
than
didn't
a
want to
year.
box you.
I didn't. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Less than a year. So I'll be moving to you, Shai. So I want us, DESTA is a member of our association, Renewable Energy Association of Nigeria. And honestly, DESTA is doing well. I want us to give a round of applause to DESTA. And the background to this is, a few years back, in the renewable energy sector in Nigeria, we were not really considering energy as a service largely for large portfolios. Then we had DESTA, we had Starside, came into the sector, and they were able to build some very great portfolios of commercial and industrial solar projects that has been, motivating to many other members of the industry. So, and that was why I said we should give a round of applause to DESTA, for what they've done. So DESTA has scaled C&I solar projects in a very tough financing environment. And DESTA has been able to, what I would call write some form of playbook in C&I financing in Nigeria with their relationship with Shell, over the years. And based on this, we want to find out what kind of funding mix and risk tools made your project work. Because in this place today, we have the financiers, we have the DFIs, we have the RESCOs. People want to know. Because if you have an organization that has been able to scale in the space, they want to hear, how were you able to scale? What kind of funding mix did you use? What kind of risk tools did you use? How was it able to shape your growth? Because we knew that, okay, you first started as DESTA alone, like a startup coming from the UK DFID, stuffs. And later we've heard about, Shell coming into the picture. If you wouldn't mind, as much as you could disclose, just tell us the story.
Can you hear me? Okay. Thank you very much for the question. I might just disappoint you a bit because I don't think the answer I'm going to give is going to focus on finance. And I know it's a bank, and I know we have a lot of bankers here, right? But I come from a B2B kind of industrial company. And it's not therefore about financing or finance mix. It's about quality project. If you have a quality project, then things can happen. And when I say quality project, what do I mean? First thing, it starts with a quality customer. Yes, it's about credit. It's about technology capacity. Two, it's about capacity to design. And it's about, again, technology, but also contract quality that you have here. And three, it's about execution. So that's, again, about technology, but also operation. If you have those three things, which is the customer, quality design, quality execution, then you'll find the money for it, right? But if you don't have that, the best financial mix will not save you, right? So in Daystar, the focus has really been on those three things, right? So when we look at quality of customer, we have been focusing more and more on large industrial customers, yeah, and some quality commercial customers as well. What we see is that we grow with the customers, right? They like the service, we like them, we work together. And today, most of our customers are repeated customer, and they want another site because we build that track record and they build that track record with us. Yeah? So that's really on the customer side. If you look on the execution side, or let's say the design side first before I move to execution. On the design side, of course, you need to have a top, engineering team that can design system. But you also need to have a really good, legal and finance department, which can design and negotiate a contract. And you also learn with time. You improve it. So a contract from 7 years ago, 8 years ago, is not the same as it is, today. Yeah, everybody is improving their contracts as well. At the end, or the last part, is really the execution. Now, yes, you need a team that can execute things quickly and to high quality. You need this team to be here. Today, I can deploy a megawatt in 4 weeks, right? And that's why, because I have a team here, they're fully trained. I have a stock in a warehouse, which is ready to go. So that when there's a customer ready, I don't have to get financing and call somebody and order materials from China, and only 6 months later can do the project. I can do it immediately, right? And that has a lot of value for the customer. When you do all that, there's still what the more boring stuff. You need to operate properly. It does mean you need people that go on the roof to clean, the site more than one time a month sometime, right? Now in dry season, we have people going to clean twice a month, sites, right? When it's too big, too complicated, we get a robot in to help the cleaning process, right? So a lot of those, I don't want to call it boring, but like operational challenges to get teams to different sites on people's roofs safely, to go up a roof, clean them, come back, make sure they have water there, make sure they have everything that we need to clean with enough pressure is really important, because otherwise your solar doesn't come out. Yeah? And then the revenue that the bank and the financier want you to have are not there. Yeah. So I think that's really kind of what Daystar has been doing and focusing on. Some of it has started, before when it was a startup, and that's been a gradual increase in improvement, focusing on the same principle over the last 7 years, or so.
Isha has managed to try to bamboozle me. Now, I'm going to ask a very straight question, Isha. If you're to give an advice with your experience in Nigeria market, what type of funding do you think is best for C&I projects? Debt funding or equity funding, from your experience?
So when you're looking for funding, the rule of thumb is you take what you can get, right? So in the end of the day, if you have a great equity investor, better, right? You need to find them. Of course, in the end of the day, you look at a mix, right? Some equity, because you need to have some skin in the game, some debt. Some of us innovative product with, DFI involvement can help a lot as well when you have a right project. But it all comes to the right project again, because if you don't have a right project, you're just moving stuff around. If you have a really good project, when you bring it to people, they will see that.
A round of applause for Isha. And, to bring out from what you've said, the first thing is the bankable project. He kept going back to having the right project. And when he was talking about the right projects from their model, it was like a model that found a way to identify quality customers. That was one of the things he said. So he's saying that Daystar had quality customers. Then next, they had quality design and technology. The next, they had quality execution and operations. And he believes that all this in a cycle can get you back to the right financing, So thank you so much, Ishai. That was good. I'm coming to Mrs. Lola Diawubade right now. I hope your mic is on. Great. You're one of the people I have great questions for. Now, given inflation and FX pressure, what targeted incentives or instruments does DBN deploy for green MSME, C&I projects, and how are you ensuring real uptake? That is the question. But the real question I want you to answer, to make it straightforward, this one is a long English. We've heard that DBN could help with single-digit interest, which we at the renewable energy industry of Nigeria believe can drive successful scale. You understand what I'm saying? So, in the space of that, because we believe that FX risk and all other stuffs, by the time you're trying to edge, if you're edging from a position of a single digit, you are landing at a bit convenient double digit. But if you're edging from a position of double digit, by the time you finish edging, you are closer to 30. You get what I'm saying? So, we've been always wanting to know in the industry. The DBN also has this, kind of implementation entity, I don't know what it is. You will tell us what you have that, because we heard that DBN also have GCF funds, I would like you to speak about it to clarify. And what are the products that are available at DBN, either for direct lending or for on-lending through commercial banks, that can be deployed to help us scale in Nigeria? The question is, we want to scale. Everybody's asking, how do we scale? We have 4 gigawatts right now. Out of those 4 gigawatts we produce, 15 gigawatts, we have about 11 stranded. We have 4 moving across the backbone of our transmission. We need 80 gigawatts. We have only 4. We have shortage of 76. And we have funds. We're hearing there are funds in some places. How can we get this single digit? What can DBN do? What does DBN want to do? I hope my question is simple.
You asked a lot of questions. But I will start from the conversation around single digits. And DBN, first of all, is wholesale in nature. So we lend through financial institutions, commercial banks, microfinance institutions, mortgage houses. Now, because of that wholesale model, we never, ever engage in conversations around interest rates. Why? Because our PFIs, the participating financial institutions, are the ones that take 100% of that risk. So I will never, DBN will never tell Sterling Bank who to lend and at what rate. Sterling Bank will do its own risk assessment on individual clients that walk through its doors and then decide, right? So let's put that to rest. Let's put that single digits interest rate to rest. Now, what I will talk about is what DBN is doing to enable its partners, the financial institutions, to lend at the best interest rates that they can, right? And I'll talk about the funding. So today, specifically for green projects, DBN has a green credit line within its PFIs. Now, that green credit line, dare I say, is doing extremely well. Sterling Bank being one of the banks that is extremely aggressive with the credit line and is already doing amazing things within the industry. So all your numbers, all your metrics, right now, Sterling is one of those institutions that is going to market and is actually lending to this sector. But before I digress, I want to talk about, they're doing good work. Before I digress and move away from that and the green credit line, I want to talk about GCF, right? Because for a while, GCF is seen to be some fund that's within DBN, and DBN maybe is even sitting on it. And we've had conversations in the past about this. Now, we got accreditation to the largest global fund in the world, the Green Climate Fund, about 2 years ago. We signed an agreement with the institution itself last year at COP 29, right? And essentially, we could then start running. Now, DBN is focused on funding Nigerian MSMEs. We have only gone ahead in the market because we saw that there was a need in the Nigerian market in the area of green and climate. And we saw that getting the GCF accreditation, which Nigeria never had access to, would be a big plus for financing operators in this space. And so we went ahead and we did it. We did it in record time, and we were accredited with a medium level accreditation, meaning that we can finance projects for up to $250 million, green/climate projects, right? And so we then started operationalizing. Now, because this was not our BAU, we had to get our act in order. So working very closely with the National Council of Climate Change to create a structure for the funding. We understand the responsibility that DBN has been given with this fund. And so it cannot be a DBN stroke, all the operators, right? And we know that our business model is not to fund directly. So we spent the last year structuring things out. Today, we have a desk within DBN that is specifically set up to deal with GCF projects. But regardless, every single project that will eventually come through that GCF pipeline, we work very closely with the council to ensure that it meets Nigeria's nationally determined contribution areas, right? And that means, I love the fact that we were talking about bankability of projects. Now, you know, the funny thing is everybody thinks they have a great project. But the structure usually isn't there, which is why from time working with MSMEs, DBN has been very dedicated to things like technical assistance for our PFIs, but as well capacity building for the MSMEs, because a lot of people just aren't that structured in this part of the world. And so even for the GCF projects, we must ensure that there are certain elements that, one, meet Nigeria's needs, but as well in terms of projects that the GCF board itself will approve, meets those needs as well. And so it's not I just want to say GCF is not a 2-3 month conversation. Each project has, on average, a process pipe lifeline of at least 24 months because of the amount of documentation that GCF itself needs. But what we've done internally is we've created 3 pathways for funding because we do want to ensure that Nigeria is aggressive as possible about getting funding quickly. And so the first one is what we call the private project pipeline. So today we're talking with a number of huge project developers because it is up to 250 million that we are allowed, and we want to make sure that we get the most, right? So for larger projects, we have a pipeline, like a pathway for funding. And what we're trying to do is incubate ideas that can get that access. The second one is through what we call a subnational window. So for example, Lagos State has a water and flood resilience project. We're working with them. And the idea is to do that with other subnationals. The third window is working through our PFIs. So for example, Sterling Bank, right? The head of the RE desk or the head of SMEs knows that it has 50 projects. They might be small ticket items, but what we want to do is aggregate. So work with our PFI so we have an aggregation of these projects that can then be submitted as a project program to GCF, and we can get one approval and get funding for all of that. So you can imagine the thinking that we've had to do to ensure that we align properly, because GCF board, and they approval that money there is released into DBN. So the money is not front loaded, which is also another assumption that we get. So in terms of your question, maybe I think C and D, I think I've managed to answer that, but I will also talk about going back to DBN's BAU, what we have in terms of help, right, to the ecosystem. So one, I've talked about lending. I've told you there's a green credit line that is easily accessible, and we're doing great work with that with our PFIs already. I won't talk about interest rates again because it's for our PFIs. Now, side by side, we have the GCF line, which is we're already working on projects, hopefully that will pass. We're hopeful for the next 12 months, at least, to get concept notes out there. Now, we also have a subsidiary called Impact Credit Guarantee. Now, what ICGL does is it provides credit guarantees up to 60%, right? It also operates in a wholesale manner. And we are doing good things on the ICGL side as well, because we understand that we need to de-risk the market. Green is an area of focus that ICGL continues to do great work in, and we hope to see even more projects come through that credit guarantee pipeline. Now, capacity building and technical assistance, very important. I can't underscore this enough, and I must give credit not because I work within the institution, but because I have experienced the reality on ground of how much work DBN has done, one, with its PFIs for technical assistance. When we started almost 8 years ago now, one thing we realized was that the banks didn't even know how to bank certain areas. And so we started off with things like E&S risk management training. We created a sustainability community of practice. Today, we are continuing that program with teaching them about areas like gender, teaching them about areas like setting up green desks dedicated to this sector. And we continue to do that work. With our MSMEs, we have a huge program where we have a flagship program that runs throughout the entire year, starting online, coming into in-person sessions around the country, not just for green, but all MSMEs in Nigeria. And what we've now done, and we just kicked this off last week in Kaduna, is we're running a pilot innovation hub so that MSMEs, regardless of your sector, you can walk into a hub and get advice, get help, and what we're calling add-on services, like ancillary services to enable your business. And then finally, in terms of, but these conversations, please, are with our PFIs, not directly to individual operators, is conversations around moratoriums, ensuring that we give the banks enough leeway, and hopefully they extend this goodwill to the actual operators that walk through their doors. So I hope I've been clear about that as well.
A round of applause for her. I want to start from the back. That last line where you put hopefully. That's where I want to start from. Now, what is the kind of tenor that you give?
Okay, good question. So we have a flexible repayment agreement depending on, these are very individualized conversations for up to 10 years. And our moratoriums are 18 months as well.
Another round of applause. Now, one of the problems we've had in this sector is we've had very unfavorable terms for our fundings. Most of your PFIs do not really have, not that they don't have the understanding, but because they don't have the flex because of the type of funds that they hold, the depositors' funds. So which does not give them so much flexibility to be able to do the tenors that we can do. Let me give you some very few statistics. If you have a mini grid today, if you have a good community, a town, whether interconnected or isolated, let me even start with isolated mini grid in an off-grid area. You've selected a community that is viable. There is no subsidy support for you. You want to invest and commercially run it. From my numbers, you will break even at about between 8 to 11 years. Did you hear me? You invest fully in the generation assets, you invest fully in the distribution assets, you invest in everything without any grant, without any subsidy. You will break even at around 8 to 11 years from my research. Now, most of the commercial banks and PFIs, the max tenor you can get, somebody is saying 2. I wanted to say 4. Why are you saying 2? You're in the Sterling Bank house. The truth about it is that we still have some people that are doing like 4. Our moratorium, maybe 6 to 9 months. So you can imagine how exciting it is to hear your 10 years. But you can imagine how mixed feeling it is for me to hear maybe. Because you're trying to say that you could push the 10 years and the PFIs can still push the 4 years to us. How many people heard that maybe? If you had told us now that we are pushing 10 years, we're also telling our PFIs to push 10 years to you, you know, did you say 18 months moratorium? I was trying to hear whether I heard right. 18 months moratorium. Dr. Shagwadaju, how does that sound? 18 months moratorium. That is like coming from someone or a bank that understands how the business in our sector should be done. If you come from, while Yisha was talking, he spoke about some of the factors that makes them succeed in Daystar. And there was something he said quickly that some of us might not have gotten. He said, I have the assets in my warehouse. He said, I have a cracky team of engineers designing. He says, so when the customer call me, I don't have to import from China and wait 6 months. He just moves it from his warehouse. Now, that I have it in the warehouse without off-taker, it's another conversation of fund. So if we have 18 months, not to sound too pessimistic, 12 months, do you get it? Don't even give us the entire. If we have 12 months for project preparation and importation and other things, and that 10 years makes sense. So, I don't know if I'm speaking your mind, please. If you're a developer here, can I just see your hand up? Aha. So, that 10 years kind of makes sense. And of course, thanks for clarifying that you deal through PFIs. You have the credit lines, you have the guarantees through your subsidiary, you have also the GCF, and thanks for clarifying the GCF. And by the way, DBN came for our conference, in Abuja, Renewable Energy Conference, and and from previous conversations that we also had, Renewable Energy Association of Nigeria, we're planning to set up a fund to be hosted by Renewable Energy Association of Nigeria as an aggregator with almost 400 members. We want to aggregate portfolio of projects and get fund managers who will manage it for us. Then we can have BOI put funds into it, DBN put funds into it, and get the fund managers to help. But anyway, that's, by the way, another round of applause for DBN. Thank you. So coming to you, Mr. Abioduni, Fundco Capital. If concessional capital is limited, what purely commercial model? This is a very tough question, and I don't envy you. What purely commercial model can still scale green energy in Nigeria?
Thank you very much for that question. And I'm glad that the fact that it's a tough question, the fact that it's a tough question is coming from you, not me. So just by way of a context, so Fundco Capital is a sustainable infrastructure investment firm. So we focus solely on areas that are core to the economy and core to climate change. So energy, greenhousing, agriculture, and other areas across the value chain that are aligned. But if we want to speak specific to your question, what we find is that for projects to be bankable, sometimes you need to go beyond the normal, right? By looking across the value chain of that segment that you're working in. To the point that the Daystar CEO mentioned, right? Project preparation is very key to bankability. And what we have found is that an integrated infrastructure play within a portfolio is a starting point of building resilience to that portfolio and ultimately bringing bankability. A few examples I can give. We're involved in a cassava processing plant somewhere outside Lagos, and the company was barely breaking even because it was using diesel 24 hours, right? And it's been running for about 4 years. When the developer proposed solar, it did save the project a couple, maybe 15%, but it wasn't too clear. Okay, if offtake drops off, the risk can easily crystallize. And then through some innovation from parties that are part of our ecosystem that understand that we are constantly encouraging our developers to look for solutions. They came up with an idea to use the waste from the cassava processing that they sell to random farmers as waste products, and to use that as a gas solution to power their boilers. And that additional value add, right, increased the resilience of that project by an additional 15%. So if you have 30% from two aspects of a project, you add the additionality of that integrated play supports the project. But you can always take it even further down. The processor has its farm estate somewhere in Ogun State, and they use trucks to bring the produce to the site. And there's an idea that why don't you convert those trucks into an electrified alternative, right? And use the mini grid on site or the microgrid on site, right, for charging infrastructure, right? And then even if it might not work for one or two reasons, there are other alternatives, right? That why don't you even consider pre-processing at the farm site, right? Thereby saving the process unit tons of processing hours and loss potentially that could happen to the fertilizer, to the cassava in transit. So I would say integration of your project development is very, very key. And if you mine that to the maximum potential, you will find that if you have 3 integrated processes or 4 or 5, and you're able to optimize 2 or 3, right, even to the lender, they will understand that you've put every effort possible to make that project bankable. So I would say that will be a way to go. Thank you.
Plus for him. I wasn't expecting the angle you answered that question from, which was to re-engineer the process. For a finance person, I was expecting that he was just going to go finance to say, this is what you do, this is what you do. But he's intelligent to have said, re-engineer the process. And I wrote it here to extract value from the value chain, to find a way to extract. Because one thing that Abiodun stylishly dodged, which I will come back and ask, is that my question was on interest rates, was on commercial funding. He almost made me forget my question. It was on how can you run the project without concessional funding, using the prevailing commercial costs, So, but what he did was to say, we cannot change the commercial costs, but we can advise that you re-engineer to have integrated costs. Am I right, Abiodun? Am I speaking your mind?
No.
Okay, so answer it, please. What do we do about the commercial rates? That's what we're talking about. Because one of the problems we're having right now is we're at about 27 to 30%. If you have a 27 to 30%, it means that every 3.5 years, I have 100% interest. If my tenure is 9 years, I have 300% added cost on my project cost. By the time you build it to my repayment schedule, there's trouble with ROI. How do we manage the commercial rate without concessional funding?
I think we need to build single-digit interest for our future developer market.
Please, sorry that I'm cutting you short. I don't want you, because that statement that you have made.
I'll clarify. I'll give you the explanation. Don't worry.
Okay.
So I come from a background in banking, right? And I've gone through the pain of the developers that come to us and talk about rates. But you need to look at it from the value that is coming to support your project. The cost of bringing the money to you has a flaw. So in an economy like ours, where every aspect of the infrastructure has dependencies that are highly volatile, you can't manufacture single interest if it's purely commercial. And the way you can actually limit the risk for the project goes back to the additionality that I mentioned as well. Because if you've extracted value in multiple aspects of the deal, then it will cushion the effect of the high cost.
Fantastic.
And the point around giving single interest for our future is this. I believe if we all in the room make concerted effort and are sincere about what we contribute, right? The lenders, the developers and the users. And we build a stable and resilient economy by additionality from single asset to single portfolio to regional portfolio. We will see that the inflationary trend that spikes cost of capital will levelize, because inflation is a question of how far prices go up per year. So even if it has gone up materially, maybe sometime 10 years from now, if all the projects are well developed, there is no certainty, because the learning and capacity building that has been instituted by the likes of DBN has fizzled through developers. So for example, we have a facility that is developmental in nature, right? That allows developers to accelerate project preparation, right? And that capital single-handedly can save you 12 months in execution of your project, because it understands the sector and the impact of ready to market that a Daystar could have, but a and Y Energy will not have, right? And we take advantage of that and use it to build a resilient project. Then banks will be focused on other risks for pricing their lending, which might not be single digit, but at least will have reasonableness to it. So I would say let's not hunt for single digits. Let's hunt for what helps the project be high quality across board. Because if we have a high volume of high quality projects, then the banks will chase the projects, not the other way around, right? Because across my time doing banking and doing project development, right, I would say roughly 2 to 5% of projects that are ideated and developed to get to financial close. Why don't you pay attention to taking that number from 5% to 50%? If the tap is wider, right, then the story will be like the first generation banking, commercial banking, when we went from 6 banks owned by government, where everybody went to their shop to beg for money, to a commercial bank of 400 banks. And all of them were the ones chasing with the deals and were giving you. So you will find that the table will turn.
Thank you so much. A round of applause for him. Even though he started by saying, let us go in future for single digits, he ended by saying, let us not hunt for... It's okay. We all know what we are doing. Thank you so much. So we're going to be opening now to the floor. We want to hear from every one of us who have questions. Hey, please, when you're asking your question, and this time, there's no room for comment because we are short on time. If you don't have question, if your own is comment, please see any of the panelists or anybody offline or after this. We want only questions. If you have in mind a particular panelist you want to direct the question to, please mention the name or the organization so that we can have room for all. Now, if you have a question, please, can I see your hand up? Please, if you have a question for the panelists, let me see your hand up. A round of applause for our panelists. They understood everything you said. You have covered everything they wanted you to cover. Okay, so we're just going to have a minute, to just round up, just, a sentence, your closing line. I'll be starting from Mrs. Jalila Ismaila Ayinde. What would you want to say, as your closing line towards how enthusiastic BOI is as regards helping Nigeria to scale energy access?
Thank you very much. So, in closing, I would just say that I think it's important because of the potential within the industry and the potential for Nigeria as a whole to scale up renewables. It's important that we blend and prioritize concessionary capital for the industry. And we can't do it alone. We're just one BOI. DBN is there, BOI is there, but we need to be able to come up with this capital and concessionary, because at the end of the day, the industry, like you said, is not young, but it hasn't gotten to its potential. Because of the volatility of FX right now, I would still also say that we need to prioritize local currency financing.
Thank you.
We need to prioritize local currency financing, and also the regulatory environment also needs to come together with the developers, with the financiers, to work together to move forward. On BOI's part, BOI would try to source, not try, BOI would source for funds outside at lower rates, so to be competitive within the industry. BOI would expand its product to tend to the industry in terms of bespoke products for whether it's rural electrification, working with developers, and even working with, because BOI right now is very big on impact. So even local manufacturers of solar components, not solar, renewables, I just don't want to insist on solar, renewable components, we would, work with the ecosystem. And I feel the collaboration within everybody is quite important to be able to move the industry forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Round of applause for her. Yishai, your last word.
So maybe just really one message, right? For what I see, the time for solar in Nigeria is really now, right? Or renewable in general, but solar specifically. I think we have, a great moment where we see costs coming down still from both solar component and batteries. So those costs are coming down. We have, a more stable business environment with the FX in the last at least year or so. And that means that solar solutions now are extremely competitive. So we can be cheaper than effectively any alternative source of energy that people have. And that also help reliability of the electrical system and even make it greener and better for the environment. So when you look at, savings on one side, more stability, greener, it's really a no-brainer. So I think it's really exciting time to just, have a lot of growth in the industry in the next, in the next this year, in the next year, and the years to come, with quality developer, of course.
A round of applause for him. Quality development. Yes. Next, DBN. Last word.
Thank you. So I think that Nigeria is in a pretty exciting period. At DBN, we continue to see the growth across different sectors. Of course, the area of climate, energy, renewables. There's just so much happening in the market. And based on what DBN is trying to do, 2 years ago, we got $25 million from KFW. And that is what transformed into the green credit line we have today. We continue to engage partners locally, internationally, in trying to source as much funding as we can and crowd it in so we can do more in the market. I think with GCF as well, this is a great time for whether you're a subnational, whether it's an industry like yours, to put together projects that will scale and that can get the funding that's needed. GCF is a fantastic opportunity because when you talk interest rates, right, it's like sub-zero, right? So it is fantastic. In terms of what you would call flexibility or a moratorium, we're talking like 40 years. So, but the projects have to make sense. And I feel this is the time for Nigeria. GCF, might I just add, is particularly interested in Nigeria because it can see the potential. But the projects have to be great. So I would say it's a charge out there. As we're trying as much as possible to provide support in areas like project preparation. So we're doing thinking in-house to see how we can create incubators. And I'm sure more news will be coming about out into the public soon on that. But in the meantime, please try and you can reach out to DBN, via all our portals. Ask us questions as developers, how can you move forward? We're working very closely with the National Council on Climate Change. We are actually partners. Our structure for working is on the website. But to MSMEs out there, and you know that they are the core of who we are, please continue to do great work. DBN is there to support, to help, to hold your hand. And we just want to continue to see good projects come through the pipeline. So thank you very much.
A round of applause for DBN and for Mrs. Saubadi. Yes, Mr. Biodoni, your last word.
Yeah, I think for me, I will say leveraging of what others have said is that project preparation is very, very important. Let's look beyond the obvious to make our projects of a higher quality. And let's also try and consider other aspects of the project that isn't directly linked to financing that you're looking at, but that just brings additionality to the entire robustness of that project. I think the integrated approach to solving infrastructure is the only way we can move away from the limitations of a stranded asset. So I will encourage everybody to take that to take a look into how that could work, and with one of our funds, which is the Clean Energy Fund, we work with developers to bring this to the table. Actually, we are partners with Infrastructure Credit Guarantee Company, that's InfraCredit on that front, and we are of course happy to engage with other developers. But quite a number of developers in the renewable energy space already work with us, and we're quite glad that we are able to provide solutions for them in that regard. So yeah, so project preparation is very key.
A round of applause for Fonco and Mr. Biodoni. So just a simple request from my side. It's something that is resonating every time, which is project preparation. So I just want to plead with our funders to all create this TA, technical assistant thing, like what DBN is doing. It has become the obvious, because the push that you have spoken about right now, Biodoni, is how do we, because I was listening to that, your statistics, and it was saddening, the 4 to 5% of projects that are pushed for funding make it to funding. So you're saying 95 to 96% fail in the journey. And you're asking that, how can we raise that bar? Which is what I want to take back to my association. And I'm asking for help from all of you to say, if you have like a TA desk, like an incubation desk, that we can pass our rescos and developers and members through, so that when they finish from that incubation, we're sure that whatever they are providing or bringing to you makes sense. I hope we can have it from you.
Yes.
A round of applause for all the panelists. Thank you so much. A round of applause for everyone. And we wish you a great afternoon.
All right, if we can keep clapping, if you just please come together. I'd like to welcome Mr. Dele Fashemo to please join them to also present their gifts. A round of applause as he comes up, please. Yes, please. we can just wait for one final group picture with Dele when we're done. Yes, please. Let's get it. You can just pop it down on the chair whilst we do that. Thank you, panelists. Another well-deserved round of applause for them, please. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have indeed come almost to the end of this auspicious event. I truly, truly hope that all of the things that you have heard and all of the things that you talked about at the beginning that you were expecting to get from this event, that you truly took something away from it. And I'd like to charge you again with the same charge from the MD of Sterling One Foundation. Please let this turn into action. Now, we're going to quickly take closing remarks, but that's not an invitation to go home. You would agree that today we had policymakers in the room, we had financiers in the room, we had the subject matter experts. The entire ecosystem is well represented. So this still poses an incredible opportunity for networking. So lunch will be served right after the closing remarks. Please join us and please continue to network so that you can indeed make the most out of the potential partnerships that can come out of today and the future actions that we expect to see. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please join me in welcoming, he's had a long day, in welcoming the group head, Renewable Energy of Sterling Bank Limited, Mr. Sheyi Okunuga, for the closing remarks.
Thank you, everyone. I'm just here to say thank you to everyone, particularly our partners and our sponsors for making out time and their resources to make this event a successful one. And I will start by calling their names: Walter Smith, Mary Platform. Thank you. Please give them a round of applause. And please give them a round of applause because I'm coming back to them next year too. So you can help my kingdom. So Walter Smith, Blue Camel. Thank you. Solar, Alpha ESS West Africa. Kelm, we call them Kobesi. Oxano Solar, our own internal Imperium, and Kure. We thank you so much for your time and resources. And particularly, I want to now thank the representation of the Ministry of Power, from the Ministry of Power. Engineer, thank you so much for your time. Thank you for coming all the way from Abuja to Lagos. I hope we don't suffer you with traffic. Thank you so much. I want to thank the representative of the director, the MD REA, in the person of Mr. Haba. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. I want to thank all our panelists. I don't want to mix up any name, but I will say the likes of Daystar, Fonco. Thank you so much. I will thank DBN so much for making our time. I thank BOI for making our time. I thank our moderators as well, our internal moderator And I will also thank the president of RIAN as well. Thank you so much for making our time to make this. This is the first of many series to come. We will be seeking more partnership from our developers, our financiers, and the rest of us to make this a consistent engagement. Thank you so much. God bless you. Please, lunch is served. And please do network. Thank you.
Dama, Yola, the Nigerian.
All right. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please network. My name is Utialu, and it has indeed been an honor to compare this event. Safe travels on your way home.
Yola, the Nigerian electrification project of Rural Electricity Agency funded by African Development Bank. Of the Energizing Education Program Phase 3. Executed by Kelmelicum JV Limited, a seasonal company that executes expertise in renewable energy engineering. The solar energy project is transforming this campus into a hub of innovation, energy independence, and education. At the heart of this transformation lies the hybrid solar power system, a combination of solar panels, energy